Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll call our meeting back to order in public session. And our first order of business is again to call the roll for attendance. So, Madam Clerk, if you could do so.
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Collins. Trustee Collins. Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Macon. Trustee Hustis.
Present.
Trustee Martin.
Present.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Present.
Trustee Riley. Here. And Trustee Tim.
Yes.
We're all set.
Okay, thank you. So ordinarily, the first item of business for our public meetings is citizen comment. We don't have anyone who has signed up for citizen comment today, so we will move on. Let me read the language for our participation in this meeting through remote technology. Governor Mills issued a special directive allowing the University of Maine System Board of Trustees to meet via technology due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as long as roll call votes were taken for each action item. The trustees participating by technology will be counted towards quorum. To confirm trustee attendance and to ensure that the trustees are able to clearly hear and understand the proceedings and each other, the clerk will take the roll call for the members of the Board of Trustees. The one other thing to note is that the Board of Trustees meeting is being live streamed via YouTube with closed captioning available. To assist the captionist, please remember to mute your Zoom connection unless you are speaking. So first formal item is Chair's report. I have a few things I want to mention. Let me start with an announcement, which I think the board members are all aware of, but want the public to be aware that we have completed our committee assignments for this next fiscal year. And I'm not going to read everybody who is on every committee, but I do want to mention those who have agreed to chair these committees and call the public's attention to the committee list, which is on the board's website. So the Academic and Student Affairs Committee will be chaired again by Trustee Eames. Thank you for that, Trustee Eames. The Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee will be chaired by Trustee Gardner for the first half of the fiscal year, and then Trustee Donnelly in the second half of the fiscal year. So thank you both for that, that service. The Audit Committee will be chaired by Trustee Donnelly for the first half of the year, and then by Trustee McMahon beginning in January. Thank you for your service there. Human Resources and Labor Relations Committee is transitioning from Trustee Tim to Trustee Bartholomew. So thank you both for your service there. And the Investment Committee will continue under the leadership of Chair Martin. And then, of course, the Executive Committee, which is by board policy chaired by the board chair, will continue in that fashion. So we also have appointments to the Board of Visitors and Board of Trustees Executive Committee, which is the board chair and Trustee Doak. Thank you, Trustee Doak, for serving in that capacity. We have appointments to the University of Maine Foundation. Trustee Kane, Trustee Eames, and Trustee Riley have all agreed to serve as our designees to the University of Maine Foundation Board. Thank you all for that service. It's a very important role. The Pulp and Paper Foundation has a position that this board fills. Trustee Gardner has filled that for a number of years, but in his transition to vice chair, Trustee Michaud has agreed to serve as our representative on the Pulp and Paper Foundation. I can't think of a better fit for that assignment. So thank you, Trustee Michaud, for your willingness to do that. And then finally, we have Maine Center Ventures Board of Directors. That's unchanged. That's Trustee Gardner and myself.
It doesn't recognize me.
And Martin.
Oh, and Trustee Martin, I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly.
But it's the first time I rebooted it since Darren.
Hey, Ray, we hear you. All right. Thank you, Chancellor.
I don't want him to say anything.
So, a couple of other items that I just want to mention, and I think I speak for the board, but I think we need to just a couple of acknowledgements that I want to make. First of all, as we all know, certainly within the system and with, to some extent, the public is aware of this, but if you haven't been following it, it's important, I think, to mark this milestone of the unified accreditation finally having been approved by the New England Commission for Higher Education. And I have a letter which I have received from or a copy, I should say, of a letter that the Chancellor received from NECHI, which they copied the board chair with, basically acknowledging the NECHI's actions in this regard. This has been really a remarkable effort, both in terms of the work that's gone into it and just the quality of the leadership and the effort has been outstanding. We learned from NECHI that they received not any single negative feedback in response to our request for this to be considered, which is a testament to how well this effort was managed over the last number of years, particularly the last year. You know, the board has worked for some time to get us to this place and to give the University of Maine system the flexibility that it needs to meet student and state needs in this constantly changing economic and educational environment. So as I said, this is a signature achievement, and hats off to the Chancellor, to the presidents, to the leadership team, faculty, staff, and students. I mean, a lot of people that have contributed to this effort, and they all deserve, I think, the board's gratitude for that. We don't stop here, as everyone knows. This is a tool for us to use, but the tool by itself is no good if it's left in the toolbox. So it's a tool that we will use. We're already moving forward with academic collaborations, but now we no longer have the limitations of our separate accreditations to stop us from finding the collaborations that will serve our students and our state in the best possible way. So there'll be more to come in the years and months ahead, but I thought it was appropriate to pause and say congratulations and thank you to our team. So thank you.
Thank you.
The second thing I want to mention is that's a pause to look back and say, great work. But I think we also have to acknowledge the work that has been going on and is ongoing with regard to reopening our campuses. This is the same team has really worked tirelessly to figure out how we could operate in the most effective way possible for our students and our faculty. And I think it would be fair to say that no one is ecstatically happy about the way we have to operate going forward in the time of the pandemic. But I'm sure people understand that it's very important that we do operate, and certainly I want to acknowledge on behalf of the board our thanks to leadership for putting us in a position to be able to meet the needs of our students, despite the situation we find ourselves in. You'll hear more about this afternoon, but I wanted to again thank the Chancellor. I know in particular, Chip Gavin has worked tirelessly on this, and want to call him out for his service in that regard. But everybody who's contributed to this, thank you. Thank you for making it possible for us to continue to fulfill our mission under very difficult circumstances. And so with that, I will turn it over to the Chancellor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for noting the successful work of so many of the really outstanding people I get to work with on a daily basis, the presidents and their cabinets and staff, as well as our own staff here at the system. And I think people have gone above and beyond several times to get us to the point where we are, and quite frankly, to have allowed us to transition as rapidly as we did when we needed to distant modalities, as well as very happy to see that we were able to put dollars back into Maine families and reimburse faster than anybody else in the country was able to do. And very proud of that effort, understanding the difficulties that those families were facing. I want to stop for 1 second. Deb Hadeen is on. I think we've introduced her once or twice before. I forget every audience that we have or have not. But she has joined us, as everyone knows, at Fort Kent, off to a brilliant start, and really looking forward to working with her. She's been extremely responsive to all requests for information and really become quite a team player. And so, Deb, thank you for joining us, and I'll be up to see you relatively soon. I think we're trying to plan a couple of days where I could come up and spend some time at Fort Kent and at Presque Isle and see you in person as a furtherance of trying to bring you on up to speed with what we do in the system. So great to have you. That pushes Sarna and myself down further on the list now that someone has been here a shorter time than we have. So both Edward and I want to thank you most particularly for your joining us at this time. Great to have you. The chair has asked me to say a few things about where we are and how we got here, looking forward to what was a decision we made rather early on, and that is that we would attempt to do everything within our power to open our institutions come the fall, after having successfully moved 7,000 course sections to distant modalities, 210,000 hours of instruction, culminating in a higher rate of students staying with us that semester than the prior year's semester, introducing other concepts such as pass-fail when that might not have been offered in the past, and really stepping up other efforts. The presidents deserve much of the credit for what they accomplished, and the law school dean and new dean deserve a lot of that, acting dean and new dean deserve a lot of that credit as well. It really was momentous. It didn't happen when everyone thinks it happened. It actually started before I called Chip, but I called Chip Gavin sometime in January, quite frankly, quite disturbed by what I was reading coming out of China. And I said to Chip in that conversation, Chip, when are we going to start having meetings on this? And he said, Chancellor, we've been meeting for a few weeks on this. But then he was polite to join me, invite me to join those meetings and those discussions on an ongoing basis. Chip, we've previously recognized for the outstanding work he's done for all of us, but I wanted to mention that as well. His emergency response team was preparing well in advance. And so what appeared to be easy wasn't easy. It was just a lot of hard work done over a series of weeks and months to get us ready to do that. Shortly after that process began, we began thinking about what would we do, as I said, in this September coming. We did set up relatively quickly a safe return planning committee, and we made those announcements with respect to the fact, that we would be governed by the science, which also led us to set up the Scientific Advisory Board. We're well aware that we're not in charge of this pandemic. The virus itself is, and how people individually respond to this pandemic is very much in control of what we can and cannot do. But the two committees, the Safe Return Planning Committee and the Scientific Advisory Board, have been key in getting us to this point, and also helping us to recognize that we needed to do things on our own, that the state's work with respect to its testing obligations and its planning obligations was an overwhelming challenge for the state itself. And we took it upon ourselves to investigate appropriate testing opportunities that might present themselves in the most cost-effective, but also effective way, meaning that we'd have access and quick returns of results. And one of the agreements that we've certainly communicated this previously, but one of the agreements that we were able to set up relatively early in the process so that we could make a formal announcement on January 1st of our intention to bring people back to campus and have multimodality teaching opportunities available, was our agreement with Jack's Labs and Convenient MD to be our testing partners. And that work continues as we move forward. That also followed the work that we undertook even earlier than that, when we noticed that a number of states were working, and we had an standing invitation from the state of sorts to give guidance to the state on how universities might reopen in Maine. Being the newcomer, I was waiting for somebody else to start this discussion, but ultimately, when it wasn't taking place on the 38 university and college level, we convened those initial meetings, produced a document that gave guidance, did that in May, gave guidance to the state as well as to all 38 institutions, also sized the industry at a $4.5 billion contribution to the state's ongoing operations, in excess of 80,000 students, and so many faculty and staff being employed, 72,000 students, and 20,000 other people affected by employment opportunities. We did issue that report, interestingly enough, on a unanimous basis. I think every university in the state has used that as a tool. It became our tool for planning, again, which led to our announcement on July 1 on what we would be undertaking to do. Of late, and actually since July 1, we've had another development, and that is a number of our universities, based on their conference affiliation and on their travel plans and the size of their programs, have decided to forego athletics. And I know that two of our universities is trying with their conference and their very different travel schedule to sustain those programs, and we'll see how that moves forward. But again, all of that work relates to work that was done earlier to prepare us to be ready. So where do we go from here? We have testing protocols where every resident on our campuses will be tested. All students coming from out of state will be tested. They'll be encouraged to be tested in their home state within 72 hours of coming to Maine. But should they appear without having those tests in hand, they'll be tested and will be required to quarantine until such point that those test results are available. There will be ongoing systemic testing on a representative basis so that we can keep track of the presence to the best of our ability on our campuses. Our campuses that have housing opportunities have been directed to lessen the concentration of students and to and one of the drivers of that is to set aside a substantial portion of housing opportunities to quarantine students if they become infected or become exposed to the virus. So that plan moves forward because we were able to secure, separate and apart of the state, our own testing protocols. There is one other interesting take on testing, and that is our ability to stand up efforts to test our sewage for the overall presence of the virus in the sewage, or the effluent that would be processed or come through systems connecting to other systems. And that effort will be demonstrated, I think, later this week. And I know I have a call with the Scientific Advisory Board tomorrow on that matter. And if there's anyone looking for more detail on effluent testing, we'll be happy to invite you to a demonstration thereof. So I think we're at a point where we will invite students back. It won't be back to the way that our universities operated before the COVID-19 experience. It will be built on science, built on planning, built on our desire to give students opportunities to learn in the environment which they signed up for, understanding that we have to honor the needs of faculty and staff. So a fair amount of that will be done on a distant basis, but some in classroom, some supported by other in-person efforts to be given at the time of the class or before or after. We'll honor the classroom size requirements the state has set up. Quite frankly, we need to do that. And we'll give our students the best possible experience and opportunity to learn that we can. We are mindful that that may change at any given moment, depending on circumstances that might present themselves during the course of the first semester. I will also tell you that our friends down south and to the west aren't doing us any favors with respect to expectations of success. I wish their reopenings had been better planned and better undertaken in keeping with, quite frankly, what is now the New England model and New York model and New Jersey model, as opposed to those being presented elsewhere. To say the least, we get concerned phone calls from parents and about what they're reading about other places and students what they're reading or presuming will happen with respect to their courses. A lot of work every single day, all hands on deck, guided by science, guided by the needs of our university students to receive an education in the way that it works best for them. If you're sitting at a wooden desk, if you would knock on it, please, knock on wood, we'll be successful.
Thank you, Chancellor. Are there any questions for the Chancellor about this issue of the reopening? And again, noting that we're going to be hearing from Chip, I believe, later this afternoon. So you'll get more insight into the specifics of how we're doing it, but certainly want to give board members an opportunity to ask Chancellor Malloy questions now if they would like.
Mr. Chair, it's Emily Kane. Just one comment. I noticed over the weekend that a number of the private summer camps in Maine that opened this summer for overnight camp with out-of-state campers, several of them celebrated 100% of their campers being COVID-free after an aggressive testing and quarantine and setup and all the things. I wonder if there might be an opportunity for someone on the Science Advisory Board or for CHIP to reach out to that Maine Camping Association, because there's been several successful, it's not exactly the same as college campuses. Little kids can't get in a car and drive to the grocery store, to be clear. I understand that. But it might be interesting because I know they worked very hard, both as a state group and nationally, to make sure their protocols for bringing students in from out of state, having them stay over, having them be in shared sleeping environments. There may be some lessons we could learn as they are kicking off a successful COVID-free camping situations. And I'd be happy to make that connection for Chip or whoever, if there's an interest.
Chip gave you a thumbs up, so if you could make that connection, that would be great. We are aware of that work, and in fact, we advised some of that work with respect to the undertakings and specifically about testing and test requirements. And this goes back about 6 or 7 weeks ago, where I had conversations with representatives of that industry in the state. Any other questions?
Okay, and that concludes your report, I assume, Chancellor?
Yeah, that's part of what I've been doing with my summer.
Right.
That's my summer experience.
How you spent your summer vacation.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so if there are no other questions, we'll go on to Vice Chancellor Lowe with a finance and administration update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 items to cover this afternoon. I'm going to talk about investment results. I'm going to do abbreviated comments on some peer selections, and then we will wrap up with a budget update. So it should be in about half the time that I had originally planned. Investment results. And I always talk about these being a roller coaster ride, and never more so than in the last 6 months. So the May flash report for the 3 UMS investment portfolios are included in your board materials. The managed investment pool with a market value of $346 million experienced a gain of 3.9% for the month of May, bringing fiscal year to date loss through May of 0.9%. Preliminary June results offsets that loss with an estimated return for the month of 2.5%, bringing the fiscal year to date up to a positive 1.6%. The pension plan with a market value of $25 million saw a gain for May of 2.2%, with an FY20 gain through the end of May of 4.2%. Estimated June results add an additional 0.6%, bringing preliminary results for the year to a positive 4.8%. And then finally, the operating fund with a market value of $281 million experienced a gain of 1.5% for May, with a fiscal year to date gain of 2.7% through the end of May. Preliminary June results indicate an additional return of 1%, yielding net investment revenue for the fiscal year to date of nearly $8.2 million, allowing us to close out the fiscal year at an estimated $4.8 million over our $3.4 million FY20 investment income budget. Let me try that one more time. We budget, we've tried to lower that amount over the last couple of years, but typically we budget, well, in the FY20 budget, we budgeted returns of $3.4 million. In the FY19 budget, that was about $4.4 million. So again, the strategy is to lower that amount so we're not relying on investment returns to balance our budget, and that it's just a nice surprise. But we can't do that in 1 year. So we dropped it by $1 million, looking for at least $3.4 million. And at least through preliminary results through June, it looks like we've earned $8.2 million. In other words, the $4.8 million over budget. So happy about that. Let's talk just a brief comment on peer updates. So I think most of the trustees are familiar now with, we're entering our second full fiscal year of having a new allocation model for the system in place, a method to distribute the roughly $200 million in state appropriation that we receive annually. The biggest component of that allocation model is the peer selections. And so each of the campuses went through a process a couple of years ago using a tool that we developed with Hanover to select anywhere between 7 and 12 peers, somewhere in that range. But we also built into it that as missions changed and so on, that campuses would need to update those peers on a semi-regular basis. So Every other year, we allow for a campus to drop a peer, to add a peer, or to do both of those, to drop and add a peer. It's usually limited to just one unless there are special circumstances. We have 2 of those special circumstances this year. One is that we are allowing USM to swap out a couple of peers. That is because that really goes to the mission change piece. So several of the peers that were selected for USM were there because of their connection to the law school, because they had a law school connection as well. As we've kind of detangled that moving forward, that allowed or gave the opportunity anyway for USM to propose a couple of different peers, and they've done that. As well, the other big change that we have coming up for fiscal year 22 is that now that the law school will be out from under USM, they will also develop a list of peers and move into the funding allocation model. So those are the steps that we are working on right now. All of the campuses went through that process of again, either updating or tweaking peers. Most of the campuses kept, I think it's actually half of the campuses, including the law school, kept their peers the same. The other 4 changed. So we got those peers in last week, shared that information with the presidents and the campuses. And I had originally planned to come here and share that presentation and talk a little bit about what those final lists of peers were. But we got some great feedback from campuses, and we want to have a little bit more time to process that. We want to get that right instead of rushing. So we are going to, we have a little bit of time set aside in the next couple of days to continue to review all of those comments that came in from the campuses with our team. We're going to go over those with the presidents at their meeting, I think on Thursday, and then we'll finalize those later in the week, and we'll plan on bringing them to the September 2nd FFT meeting for an update then, and we'll bring them to the full board at the end of September. So I did want to let folks know that was still moving forward. A lot of really good work, but we're not quite ready to do the big reveal for what those changes are. And then the final piece that I wanted to cover, and then I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone might have. The board is obviously very aware. We presented the FY21 budgets to you about 3.5 weeks ago. At that time, we were still looking at an unresolved budget gap of about 5.4 million. We had 4 campus locations anyway that had gaps that were actually that totaled about 5.8 million. So as part of that effort to move those budgets through, one of the things that we agreed was we would provide kind of regular updates on budget progress, both at board meetings and as well as committee meetings. So I wanted to just briefly give trustees an update on where we are with that. Of the 4, and I keep saying campuses, but I'm really taking the 7 campuses in the law school, if you will. So of the 8 budgets that we presented you, 4 of them were presented in a balanced budget. Those 4 campuses are still continuing to make refinements. I think we talked a little bit about that at the meeting. There were places where, a campus had potentially identified vacant positions and recognized those through attrition savings, for instance. We had a couple that right up until the meeting that were ready to move it, potentially, a position that was going to be vacant. Now they're ready to eliminate. So what I'd say is, we have 4 campuses that are doing kind of modifications based on what they're seeing on enrollment, putting final touches on that. I think we would expect to see those back in September, at the September 28th meeting, I think, for any additional revisions there. The other 4 campuses, and I'll just touch on each of them briefly. Presque Isle had a gap a little north of 600,000 when we last met. We've met with President Rice and his team, working on a broad range of budget changes. Still feeling positive about the enrollment numbers that they were looking at there. looking at vacancies and some potential retirements, 2 to 3 positions, but again, 2 or 3 positions in a small campus can be a significant portion of a budget. The campus is also looking, as most of our campuses are, at travel and fuel reductions, reductions to adjunct or overload budgets. I think we fully expect to kind of understand all of those position actions by August and be ready to propose changes to that budget in your September meeting. We do expect that to be back in balance. Similar story at Fort Kent, looking at a gap there of about $750,000. Similar plan to Presque Isle, looking at similar buckets, if you will. I'm also looking for opportunities in gift accounts, places where we have funds that we've not been putting to use. Number of campuses have been looking at that. The law school is also, you'll recall, part of the USM budget as well. Also expect them to be back in balance and finalized by that September timeframe. A lot of really positive work by Dean Softly and the crew at Maine Law. Some savings consistent with what you've heard from other campuses, so attrition savings, vacancy opportunities that are existing there. The big change we will have at the law school is that similar to the way the law school managed budget stabilization funds in FY19, they were able to use less than what the trustees had originally allocated. Typically that would mean we would just transfer whatever that smaller amount is that they need to close the budget. What we'll be recommending to you in September is using those unspent budget stabilization dollars in FY20 and carrying those forward for the law school to use in FY21. That, when combined with the other mitigation efforts, brings that gap down to about $635,000. So substantial progress there. Like in a lot of these cases, a number of those solutions are one time, but we do see some revenue opportunities, appropriation opportunities for the law school that hopefully will materialize over the next year or so. So we think we'll be able to bridge that difference between the ongoing revenues and expenses at Maine Law. Finally, the last campus I wanted to touch on is Farmington. The gap there was and is still about $3 million. Number of budget controls that we put in place at a lot of our campuses back in March, keeping those in place at Farmington, keeping a tight control over spending, requiring multiple approval levels. We'll say there, and certainly would invite Edward if he wants to weigh in on this piece, but campus is seeing an uptick in out-of-state NEBI and graduate student enrollment. And we do think that will have a positive impact potentially on that gap. We'll also mention that we do see some structural opportunities at Farmington, clearly that we're going to need to put in place for fiscal year 22. We can come up with plans at both Maine Law and Farmington to get us through 21, but we'll need those structural changes in place by 22, or we'll be having this same conversation in a little bit more than a year from now. Feel very confident with the direction that Edward and his team are going in, that the consultants that they've brought in. Again, I think you'll see us back at the end of September with in some cases some tweaks in some of these budgets. In other cases, you'll probably see some substantial changes, but we will be certainly much closer to zero. As I said back in late June, we are not going to close the gap entirely at Farmington. We're not going to close that gap at Maine Law entirely. So as part of the proposal that you'll see in September, we'll come back and we'll talk about how the campuses are reducing the gap in those two cases, and then how, working with the chancellor, how we propose to close the remainder of that gap for fiscal year 21, hopefully leaning on investment income and other opportunities that I talked about earlier in my report. So with that, well, let me add one more piece, that the other piece that we would anticipate coming to you either in September or or your special meeting in late October, depending on the timing of when we find out, is making any adjustments that might be necessary because of a reduction in state appropriation. The Consensus Economic Forecasting Committee met in late June. The Revenue Forecasting Committee meets on the 25th, and we'll expect an adjusted revenue forecast to come out probably within a few weeks of now, and then an appropriate action from the administration, and then we'll be prepared to respond to that. Hopefully it doesn't require deep reductions, but as we talked about in June, the campuses have been preparing those scenarios. They've been refining those scenarios, and we'll be prepared whatever the reduction is, although we'll all have our fingers crossed. So with that, happy to answer any questions on any of those topics.
Questions for Vice Chancellor Lowe?
My only question, Chair Irwin, this is Trustee Bartholomew, is how is the positive effect on our investment returns? Is that going to offset some of the budget hurdles we're currently facing?
Potentially, I think that's a conversation I'll certainly want to have with the Chancellor. We're going to want to get to the end of June and make sure that those are, make sure those preliminary results become real results. But assuming that's the case, then we will need one-time resources to close out 21 without a doubt. So that would probably be one of the sources that we would go to. We like to get it before it gets to the budget stabilization fund. We don't like to, we don't like the practice of putting it into a savings account, if you will, and then yanking it out a couple of months later. So I think what we'll do is we'll finalize where we are in FY20 investment incomes, and then make a recommendation to the Chancellor about closing that gap. But that's likely an area where we would go.
Other questions? Yes, Trustee Gardner.
Yeah, a question, Ryan, do you have any update or any, it's early here yet, but in terms of FY20, how it's going to close out?
Yeah, we'll be a little bit more prepared to talk about that one at your FFT meeting on September the 2nd. I think it's trending generally where we thought we were at the end of June, which is we're seeing we're actually in not a bad spot in some places, and so they're different. They're definitely it's definitely a mixed bag. So we talk a lot about the example in Orono, huge room and board reimbursements going out the door, and a small amount of CARES Act coming back in. So there's clearly a big gap there that we'll need to resolve. But we have other examples. Augusta has talked about this, where they've got more CARES Act money than they have losses in 20. That doesn't mean they won't have challenges in 21. So that's a case where we have a campus that's kind of rolling those funds forward and using to address 21. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but still generally kind of trending in the same direction where we thought, which is smaller campuses are seeing some savings. We've got some challenges on the bigger campuses where we had really large room and board refunds going out the door.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Just one, this is Emily Kane.
Yes.
Brian, did you say that, do you have any sense, crystal ball sense, of when the legislature might come back? Are they still thinking September?
It depends. So there are a couple of different conversations going on out there. And I don't want to speculate too much to the free world. But some of it involves when they, if they come back in August, it depends. It's all going to come down to what the agenda is. So there's conversations about them coming back and just dealing with COVID and those type of issues. And then maybe the budget solution is through curtailment. And then the legislature deals with that when they come back later. So it's going to depend on the timing and how quickly they're able to get their arms around exactly what that number is going to be and then what the solution is.
Thank you. Curtailment sounds terrible to me, but it's such a blunt instrument, but I thank you.
Anyone else? All right, Ryan, thank you very much for bringing us up to date on all of those things. Seems like you have a lot of moving targets on your horizon these days.
It'll be great when they stop. I think we all think that, though.
All right, next, we have a report from Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs Placido on multiple items. So, Robert, we're ready for you to take it away.
Thank you, Chair Irwin, and hello, everyone. The first item on my update is the faculty spotlight. I think there he is. He's coming on now. The faculty spotlight, as a reminder, was created to highlight knowledge and innovation leaders serving on the faculty of Maine's public universities, so that we can celebrate their accomplishments, commitment to scholarship, and their global impact. President Farini Mundi recommended Ali Abidi for this distinction. Dr. Abidi is a professor of electrical and computer engineering, also serves as the Assistant Vice President for Research and Director of Center for Undergraduate Research. Joan, would you like to add anything?
Thanks, Robert. I would just like to move us quickly to hearing from Dr. Abedi. But I do need to tell you all, he is a phenomenal contributor to our university. He works as an administrator. He works as an innovator who has his own company or maybe two. He continues with his cutting edge research in the fields that he'll discuss with you today. He does K through 12 outreach work. He heads up our Center for Undergraduate Research. And with all of that, anytime I call on him for help, he comes through instantly with brilliant solutions. So I'm very happy for us to have the chance to hear from Ali today.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for this honor, for the kind words. I greatly appreciate that. So I'm going to have a sort of a 15-minute overview of 15 years of research here. So I apologize if I go too fast, but at the end you can certainly ask questions. And another thing that makes today very special is that July 20th is the 51st anniversary of man landing on the moon. So you picked the best day for this presentation. So I'm going to share my screen here to show you the slides, and hopefully you can see it now. Okay, so can you see my slides there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, great. So I start with a quick introduction on WiseNet Lab. 15 years ago when I joined UMaine, I started WiseNet Lab in a 900 square feet lab at Barrows Hall in Engineering and Science Research Building. And in the past 15 years, we have expanded that through multiple different funding. And I will talk about those different facilities as we move forward through the presentation. On average, roughly almost $1 million per year has been our expenditure at WiseNet Lab, 15 million total to date, mostly from federal and state agencies, NASA, NSF, DOD, NIH, MTI, and also several private company investment and collaborations. Students who have been trained at my lab, 4 postdoctoral fellows, 28 doctoral and master's students, and around 40 undergraduate researchers. Roughly on average, 1/3 of those students remain in Maine. There are some of them who have startup companies in southern Maine. Some of them are working in companies in Bangor area. And of course, another 2/3, they have been scattered all over the country. I have a student who are now working at NASA, SpaceX, Ford Motor Company, and some of them are professors in different universities. I was delighted to hear one of my former students who just recently received NSF Career Award. Some of them received tenure. So that's what keeps us going here when we train the students. So that's our main mission and the forefront of our research. The economic impact in Maine can be measured by looking at numerous Maine-based companies that we have worked with through SBIR and STTR programs for technology transfer, R&D activities, etc. That we can focus on as we move forward through this presentation. I'm not able to, of course, go over the all 47 projects that we had in the past, but I'm just focusing on three topics that might be of interest to the board today. I will focus on wireless communication research and how that has impacted the broadband access initiative in the state of Maine. Then I will move into biomedical research and how that impacts people of Maine and also the country. And then we move to a global scale and talk about our space-related research and how that has put UMaine on the global map. So starting with the Broadband Wireless Initiative, we have been working with local businesses here in Maine, from manufacturing antennas, from R&D in the wireless systems, from companies who are interested in service, being like a service provider, etc. in the past decade or so. In addition to that, just not focusing on the broadband access internet aspect of it, thinking about the environment, so the Internet of Things. We had some NSF projects funded recently that we developed water quality monitoring systems. We have hundreds of those scattered all over Maine. Recently, we are working with New Hampshire, Vermont, as part of a regional NSF project, trying to develop soil moisture sensors and different kind of sensors for forestry, for monitoring the ecosystem in the forest, and trying to measure what's going on and try to predict how we should manage our forest, and so many others that are related to the combination of healthcare in rural areas. How do we get access to healthcare system if we are not in a urban area, etc. So there is plenty of project that we have been involved with in this specific area. Moving on to the second topic, in terms of biomedical research, in the past decade, I have been collaborating with our psychology department, with neuroscientists, with Eastern Maine Hospital, Acadia Hospital, Jackson Lab, etc., to be able to take electrical engineering and wireless sensor technology into the healthcare system. And we have been successful in securing some patent, some SBIR funding from Army, NIH. And these pictures are basically from one of our commercialized products, which is for early detection of Alzheimer's disease. It can also be used for monitoring brain injury for our veterans and also concussion in athletes. This technology has been commercialized with Activos Diagnostic Company, which is based in Orono, Maine, and it currently employs 10 people. We are working with FDA right now to get this approved and go to the next phase. In terms of space research, before I go to our project examples, which are lunar habitat, rocket launches, International Space Station, and small satellites, I also would like to mention that this line of research has put University of Maine on the global map. That's very important for our students to be able to secure jobs and good companies and good universities. We have been leading the world in a conference called Wireless for Space and Extreme Environment. This is an international conference that we started in Orono back in 2010 with 30, 40 people from around the world participating. And the past few years, we have been rotating this conference between US, Canada, and Europe. And the last time we had this event, we had over 250 people participated from NASA, European Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency, IEEE, which is Institute of Electrical Engineers, the largest technical professional society in the world with over 400,000 members. And of course, our sponsors have been companies like Airbus and other aerospace companies. This company becomes so high profile that now we have speakers like Buzz Aldrin. So you see my picture on the lower side with Buzz, the man on the moon. We had Robert Lightfoot, the former NASA administrator, as one of our speakers. We had Antonio Fremedis, who was one of the 4 people who went to DARPA to start the internet back in the 70s and become sort of a premier conference in wireless for space. And our wireless research has been also featured on National Science Foundation Science 360. We had a 7-hour video shoot with Discovery Channel, Daily Planet. We have been featured on phys.org. And when I say we, I'm not really tooting my own horn, right? I'm promoting my students. I mean, the students are doing all these works, and I'm just lucky to be in the middle of all this. We have done radio shows with Colonel Mason, Promise of Tomorrow radio show in Texas, Maine Public Radio, and of course, local news and all that. So this, again, has been very useful in promoting our research and our students. Here are some of the pictures of some of my students here. The one standing next to me here, Lonnie Labonte, is a first generation a student from Mexico, Maine, a tiny town close to Romford area. And he got his PhD here at WiseNet Lab. You see, he's standing inside the inflatable lunar habitat structure that we are hosting on Orono campus. He now works for NASA in Maryland at Goddard Center. This is a student here, Casey Clark. He was from Old Town, Maine. He works in my lab when he was a high school student. He got his bachelor and master's in electrical engineering. Now he's one of the engineers at a SpaceX company in California. And this student here came to us from LA area. He did his master in LA, did his PhD here with us, and now he works for Ford Motor Company. This a slide is about one of our most famous projects, NASA's Inflatable Lunar Habitat, which we got a $1.5 million funding to instrument this 42 feet diameter donut. This is the largest donut you can ever see and walk inside of it. It's pretty cool. We get around 200 to 300 visitors every year from high school kids, middle school, elementary school kids, our alumni, companies. We get even schools from Boston area. They go on a bus to come here. This is the only footprint of NASA kind of in the Northeast area. Basically what we did with it, we instrumented with hundreds of wireless sensors, and we have done multiple projects inside of the habitat. I take my students every 2 years to Mojave Desert in California. We instrument rockets that are built by California State University, and we put wireless sensors on them, and we launch them to space. So that's, again, another exciting hands-on experiential learning opportunity for students in undergraduate and graduate level. These rockets are very special because they are one of a kind. Each of them has a special type of body, a special type of engine, and we can recover them, refurbish them, and launch them again. So they can get turned around in almost a month's sort of time frame. So you see University of Maine, big M logo here inside one of the payloads of the rocket. A student will learn the operation, the mission scenario. They learn how to build sensors in real life environments, and it's just the excitement they have is just priceless. That's when they start to learn the calculus that they learn in first, second years. Those were definitely important for them. Another project we did is International Space Station Impact Localization project that can analyze the impact of micrometeorite on solar array of International Space Station. This was joint work with NASA and Jacobs company. Wireless leak detector is certainly the hallmark of our student work. After 3 years of theoretical research, 3 years of development and flight certification, we built a box that can detect automatically the location of a tiny hole on pressurized space vehicles. And this was launched from Japan, from Tanegashima Island to International Space Station on December 9, 2016, was tested there, and now is back on Earth. We have 3 prototypes that were flown. One is on display at a SpaceX company. One is here in my lab at WiseNet Lab. The third one is in Emera Astronomy Center. And in fact, today I submitted a new proposal with Northeastern University to bring this technology to people's home and prevent catastrophic events like what we saw last year on the propane leaks in Maine. So we are going to use the similar technology and adopt it for helping people. And one of the recent projects, and this is the last example I'm going to show you, is Maine's first small satellite. So last year in May, June timeframe, we sent a call for proposal out to all the middle school and high schools in Maine and say, if you have access to a satellite in space, what you're gonna do? So the students, teachers, they got together, we got 11 proposals, we reviewed them, and selected these 3 projects from Saco Middle School, Freiburg Academy, and Falmouth High School, to be able to measure albedo, to be able to find temperature across urban and rural areas, to find urban heat islands. The second payload in the middle is Imager, to monitor the coastal estuaries, and this is in collaboration with Maine National Estuarian Reserve. And the last one is HAB, to be able to detect harmful algae blooms. Then what we did, based on these 3 science missions, which are purely defined by high school and middle school kids, we wrote a proposal through University of Maine in collaboration with University of Southern Maine. So we sent this to NASA, and we were among a few proposals that got selected in the country to be able to build a CubeSat, which I use a phrase actually from President Franny Mundi, that she said, this is size of a loaf of bread, right? And I say, yeah, that's the best example. So it's the size of a loaf of bread, almost 10 by 10 centimeter and 30 centimeter long, to be able to give access to a space data to the schools in Maine. And we just got started on this. We, again, today was very special because we just signed an agreement with AMSAT, an international company that is going to help us with connecting our satellite to the network, etc. And hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, we are going to launch Maine's first satellite into space, which we call it MESAT-1. That's the name that we put in there. So I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you had a big day. I'm just gonna stop with a quote from Albert Einstein on how he defined wireless. And he basically said, you see, wired telegraph is a kind of a very, very long cat. You pull his tail in New York and his head is mewing in Los Angeles. Wireless operate exactly the same way. You send signal here and they receive it there. The only difference is that there is no cat. So thanks very much for your attention, and I will be happy to answer questions if there's time.
Thank you, Dr. Abidias. Are there questions? Any questions?
So doctor, are you happy at the University of Maine?
If I was not happy, I wouldn't stay here for 15 years, right?
Yes, we just want you to stay another 15.
No, everywhere I go, I always say this is the best place on earth to live, not just the university itself, the state of Maine. When I moved here 15 years ago, I fell in love, and I think this is the best place for anybody who wants to contribute. I mean, it's very rewarding, it's collaborative, and everybody has been kind and nice. So I moved south, for the record, from Canada. So this is also a very warm place compared to where I used to be.
Very good. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Chair Irwin?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Abidi. Your work is impressive and appreciated. Your message today supports our vision for the faculty spotlight. Our university faculty have amazing impact from the classroom and beyond, and you've shown that today. Faculty like you make me proud to work in higher education. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you have a very productive meeting for the rest of the day.
Sure, could I just ask one question? I'm sorry, I'm trying to jump in before Robert. It's Emily Kane.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. I just wanted to, I thought that presentation was excellent. And I also am a big fan of the Center for Undergraduate Research. And I just wondered if maybe you could take 2 seconds and sort of tell us how the center is going. I worked on campus in the Honors College when that center started, and we were a big part of that. And it's awesome to see it become part of the fabric of the university with you at the head. Are things going well at Kerr, as they would call it sometimes?
Yes, of course. Thanks for asking this question. As you already mentioned, Center for Undergraduate Research came out of the Honors College. And at that time, there was a committee of folks that have been kind of running this. And eventually this became institutionalized. The first symposium we held 10 years ago, we had around maybe 10, 20 posters and 10, 20 oral presentations. In the past few years, every year, the number of students who got engaged into this got doubled. And last year, we had over 2,000 students participated. I think we are one of the fastest growing undergraduate research centers in the country. I go to the DC Council for Undergraduate Research meetings, and every time I mention that we have administrative support for this and we have the higher administration are supporting this, every other university kind of envy us, because this is very important sort of vision to have for university. This year, despite the COVID-19, we still had record number of participation from students, and we are going to host this event October 2nd in a virtual format. So everything is going fine. In terms of funding, although university always get budget cuts, but what we have been trying to do, we get federal external funding to compensate for that. So we never let a student see any sort of negative impact coming from the budget cut. So we still keep growing. And definitely the upper administration support is much appreciated.
That's wonderful. Thank you for that update. I appreciate the opportunity to ask the question.
Thank you.
And
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Doctor. And Robert, back to you to continue your presentation.
Thank you. Now we will have Rosa Redondant, the Associate Vice Chancellor for Student Success and Credential Attainment, report on two of her strategic initiatives, one on adult credential and degree completion initiative and the other on the micro-credential initiative. Rosa.
Hi all. I'll be speaking to you for about 10 minutes in rapid fire, so strap in. First, I'm going to share my screen, so just let me know that you see it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now I need to minimize you all, nothing personal. Okay, so what I'm going to do is briefly update you on, as Robert mentioned, our two major interconnected projects for the University of Maine system, our Adult Credential and Degree Completion Initiative and the UMS Micro-Credential Project. And I would be remiss not to say right at the front that thanks to a special appropriation from the legislature and the support of the huge support of the governor's office, we're able to actually launch this in quite a good fashion. We've never really had a budget for this work other than our budget for our scholarship. And so the fact that we can really dig into this particular initiative and the micro-credential initiative is in large measure due to that support. So I wanted to make sure I said that right at the front. So as a reminder of the importance, but also the unique nature of this population, to quote a former chancellor, the working parent from Rumford or Rome cannot move to a campus, is likely unable to take classes on a traditional schedule, and requires very different kinds of advising and support than a recent high school graduate does. We have to meet these folks where they are, because when we do, they will succeed. For an adult learner, many of life's experiences are part of the motivations for their returning. They aren't typically motivated to go to or return to college for the reasons we think of for traditional students. They seek a better life for themselves and their families. They seek to improve their prospects for a good job and a lasting career. They want to contribute to their communities. They embody the kind of transformation, obviously, that we all want for any of our students entering any of our institutions, and challenge us to transform what we do best to best serve and support them. Over the last 6 months, our ADC initiative has kicked into high gear with the building out of many of the recommendations you saw in last year's report. And you, excuse me, as you can see on the slide. These recommendations support the needs of adult learners to access higher education across our system. Working with Brett Stern, the same firm we used for the Maine Values U campaign, we are building an adult learner resource hub, which will be one of the critical components for supporting our adult learners. Also working with Brett Stern, we will be kicking off an outreach campaign that will begin in August and extend throughout the next year. We have had preliminary discussions with the Maine Community College system to explore a joint aspirational campaign as a part of this work. And again, you can see on the slide the variety of steps along the way as we've been building out these different pieces. At the same time as we're working on the outreach campaign, we are also introducing the first stage of an Adult Learner Success Center, which will eventually become a full-blown Student Success Center, which will serve as the go-to as former students and potential students reach out to explore options at our universities. We'll be working with the Maine Educational Opportunity Center to provide advising and counseling support to help connect learners to our universities as they consider coming back. We're working with identified navigators across the UMS, those at our campuses and at the UMA outreach centers. And we're providing our own professional development as a part of all of this work, as well as connecting to that provided by Maine Adult Promise, which is the statewide adult learner initiative. Late in the fall of 2019, we conducted a comprehensive survey of our adult students and of those service areas who intersect with them. We received those results at the end of February. Of course, it had to be the end of February, just before everything kind of went crazy. Although COVID has delayed some of the work connected to this survey, there were two consistent themes across the entire UMS, across all 7 campuses. A lack of awareness of our prior learning assessment programs, which are of course very important for adult learners to gain credit, and the range of services provided by our career service departments. We're addressing this lack directly within our new website, and I'm also working with both the PLA directors and career service directors to discover ways to make those services more visible on our campuses. Over the course of the last year, we've also seen some expansion in flexible programs, most notably within the CBE programs at the University of Maine at Presque Isle, which are ideally pulled together for adult learners, but also at the first degree completion program at the University of Maine at Farmington. And then we see expanded online programs even beyond the recent expansion to online at both the undergraduate and graduate level. As I think you all know, we've offered an adult degree completion scholarship for 4 years now. We have sufficient funding to diversify the scholarship a bit, and so we'll be providing support to students completing one of our associate degrees in addition to one of our bachelor's degrees, expanding available funding to include summer enrollment to enable faster completion, and implementing a new but smaller scholarship called Opening Doors, which will be available to adult learners coming to college for the first time or those pursuing shorter term certificates. We also hope to pilot a small debt forgiveness program this fall, and 4 of our campuses submitted proposals for an adult learner grant program. 3 of the proposals focused on addressing the results I mentioned earlier as a part of the Adult Learner 360 survey I talked about a few minutes ago. So really focused on PLA and career services. An additional major component of our work includes the micro-credential project, which also kicked off during the fall 2019 semester, leading to the implementation of several pilot micro-badge and micro-credential initiatives, which will kick off during this coming fall. There are 2 paths of the work we're doing, UMS specific and a statewide Lumina supported All Learning Counts grant, and that's the Lumina Foundation. The concept of micro-credentials continues to grow nationally, as we all know. I think and especially over the course of, since March, numerous articles about the importance of short-term certificates and micro-credentials. Within Maine, while still largely in the formative stage, both the state WIOA plan and the state economic development plan call out the importance of short-term credentialing opportunities, specifically micro-credentials. As you can see from the next 2 slides and reinforced within our recommendations from last summer, our near-term work involves building the framework and infrastructure for the work within the University of Maine system. While we knew that doing this would be a lift, given its innovative and new nature, it has become ever more apparent that it is a significant lift in building understanding and buy-in for the concept, primarily internally, but we're making a lot of gains there. COVID intervened right when we were planning workshops on campuses, delaying that work until fall of 2020. So we have focused on the one-off opportunities presented by different campuses working with each other as a way to test this concept. Hence the pilots we will have in place this fall, and we have between 8 and 10 pilots kicking off this fall. Also, the person power and time commitment to do this work is significant. We're currently exploring ways within our ADC budget, out of which this comes, to support this, including looking at a model similar to our early college formation that basically pays for a portion of an individual's time at the universities to help oversee this effort. In addition to the work we're doing internally, several connections have been made outside the organization. With some employers, there's still a lot of work to occur here. Again, COVID has very much impacted that. With the Department of Labor and other state agencies, including the Department of Corrections, Department of Education, and as always, a very key partner, the Maine Community College System. One of the many foundational components we're putting in place is the actual platform on which awarded badges and micro-credentials will sit. Through an RFP process done collaboratively with the Maine Community College System, I believe it's our first truly joint RFP, we have selected Concentric Sky Badger and will begin implementation later this summer. We are currently working with the Maine Community College System to explore the bigger picture of how our two systems will align and coordinate our work and build shared opportunities and pathways for learners pursuing these kinds of opportunities. The second of our two-pronged approach to micro-credentials is our work with the collaborative statewide grant, All Learning Counts. And again, that's a Lumina Foundation grant. As a part of its focus on raising the attainment levels within the US, the Lumina Foundation is very interested in supporting projects that translate non-institutional learning into credentials, either as separate micro-credentials, certificates, or micro-credentials that can translate into credit towards academic certificates or degrees. This is a $350,000 20-month grant focused on the development of a statewide ecosystem for micro-credential development with an aligned vocabulary, framework, and process. For the purposes of this grant, we're focusing on 4 subpopulations: our incarcerated population, a low-income population, our new Mainers, and our Native Americans. Our first pilot will be a series of badges leading to a micro-credential for a computer support specialist delivered collaboratively with Maine Adult Education. And again, you can see on the slide the variety of organizations with whom we're working on this collaborative grant. So I told you I'd move fast. That is our status to date. A lot of pieces are being put together to support these larger initiatives, and I feel that we're in a good place to see how this will all come together as we kick everything off within the next month or so. The great unknown in this is the simple concern of how COVID and the uncertainty of things like how K-12 will open, will daycare be available, will our bandwidth be sufficient to enable our partners and our universities to focus on these and other initiatives, all of which can affect adult learners, will impact our progress, our campaign, and our timing. As with anything to do with adult learners, patience is always needed because although they may start thinking about going back to school, it takes them quite some time to decide that they're actually going to do this. Understanding their needs and making sure that our messaging and programs resonate with them will be a incredibly important part of this and will be effective as if we stick to it and do this over time as part of our outreach campaign. Finally, now more than ever, and in part due to the impacts of COVID, our adult completion work and these kinds of short-term credentials and building blocks towards degrees are going to be very important for the UMS going forward. We have high hopes for both of these initiatives, but also have realistic expectations given the times that we are in. Hopefully at the next Academic and Student Affairs meeting, committee meeting, I'll be showing you both the actual website, which will be ready to go and live by then, as well as some of our outreach materials. And I'm going to stop sharing. Any questions? I told you I could move fast.
Rosa, just one quick question, and,
yeah.
and more I'm getting my arms around micro-credentialing. Is there a continuing ed requirement to micro-credentials?
There could be.
There could be.
Yeah, there could be. The interesting thing about micro-credentials is they come in a variety of forms. They could be related to professional development. They could be related to executive education. They could be subsets of an academic program or an academic course. They could be, there are things called 21st century micro-credentials and badges that really relate to soft skill development. And then there are obviously more technical skill development. So when you think about continuing education, you may think of right now continuing education units. You know, some organizations award CEUs. Micro-credentials can actually be developed to really serve as kind of that formal indicator of achievement of certain elements of continuing ed. And I'll actually pay you later because an interesting part of the work around micro-credentials is this concept of higher education really delivering education, not just through the completion of a degree, but beyond. And so continuing education and the ways that we need to be thinking about continuing education is indeed that kind of that ultimate impact of lifelong learning, and being able to offer not just courses and degrees or certificates, but really a series of micro-credential opportunities and continuing education opportunities that can help folks upskill throughout the course of their careers. There's a lot of conversation going on right now around the 60-year curriculum, where basically you're not planning just for the curriculum for when they're with you getting that first degree or second degree or third degree, but beyond. So continuing ed can play a very big part in this.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great, I will pay you later. It's a great question. Any other questions?
I have a question.
Yep.
Hi, Rose. The micro-credentialing, you noted that, you know, the employers you haven't had a chance to really get with the way you'd hoped for, given the labor markets, how will we know if the micro-credentials are viewed favorably by employers, that they, you know, use them in some ways in hiring and retention decisions?
Yeah, what we're doing right now is, as we sit down with employers, is really walking through the potential of the micro-credentials. And the feedback we've gotten thus far is it's been very, very vigorous feedback on I love this idea of being able to better judge the skills and competencies that a potential employee can bring to me. And so that's like the first benefit. But what we'd like to see develop, and one of the kind of the building blocks behind our own framework, is to basically have, as we develop micro-credentials at this end, have an employer partner or a trade partner that works with us in the actual development of the micro-credential.
Great.
So it's kind of two sides of that.
Yep, good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Rosa, this is David McMahon.
Hey, David.
Hey, like your flowers from your garden?
Yes, they are. Thank you for asking.
Prior learning assessment, how are we making sure that we're applying the same standards in the university system, campus by campus, same standards in the community college system, campus by campus? Because at the end of the day, prior learning is probably going to build up to an associate or a four-year degree. So how do we make sure we level the playing field at entry with the prior learning assessment?
Yep, great question. We actually have aligned process and standards across all of our institutions. And independent of this meeting, I can send y'all a link to those standards, which all of our campuses, through their chief academic officers, agreed to about a year ago. At the same time we were doing that, we were working with the community colleges to ensure that their standards and our standards were in alignment, and our standards are identical. So I'm happy to say that we've done a lot of work on that front. I do think, and I've talked with our PLA folks a lot about this, I do think as more thinking occurs around the development of micro-credentials, that I like to call it PLA 2.0, that I think that we're going to challenge ourselves to think about PLA even more expansively, so that we can think about how credit for what you know can actually be applied in smaller snippets than just what equates to a 3-credit course. Perhaps it could be a 1-credit opportunity, or could it be a series of 1-credit opportunities that come out of micro-credentials that add up to courses and can stack into certificates and degrees. So I see that's kind of the next stage of evolution, I think, for PLA, and is obviously quite a conversation that's going on nationally, because PLA has been quite traditional to this point, very focused on equivalencies against 3-credit courses. And what we need to start thinking about is how do you kind of, I'm going to use a less than elegant phrase, but chunk them up in a way where you can actually stack up to what might equate with a full 3-credit course, and so on. So again, great question. And I am very happy to say we've done a lot of work in the system and with community colleges over the last 3 or 4 years to be as much in alignment as we could possibly be. Janet Sorter at the community colleges is a fabulous partner.
Well, there's Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Question, some of the micro-credentials already defined and already well established by different associations, and so it's a case of could we get it here versus going someplace else to get it? And then other ones sounds like you need to develop it. It's more customized for a particular industry or a business. Is that what we're
Yeah, well, and again, and and thank you. That's one more item I should have added in my list of different kinds of micro-credentials. An obvious other one is industry recognized credentials, which I think is
Right.
exactly what you're talking about. What we'd like to do with industry recognized credentials is we tend to see that as one of those opportunities within the academic realm that it could, and we've actually had several conversations with some of our CAOs about that, where it could be there's certain industry recognized credentials. I'll name an easy one, like some of the Microsoft ones or IBM, where you could see some really wonderful connections in with some of our coursework. So that's one element of what we're looking at as well. And then you're right. The other side of it is, are there special micro credentials that we could develop that resonate with the workforce and with the employers? Right now, one's being worked on through cooperative extension specific to food safety. And we're going to start to see others pop up like that as well.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Any other questions?
Rosa, this is Kelly.
Hey, Kelly.
Can you speak to, I noticed that they offered digital badges for all people that were enrolled in University of Maine system this summer. And could you speak to the success of that? What was learned? Maybe it's too early to assess it. Maybe, I'm sure it's still going on, but, can you speak a little bit to how well enrolled that was?
Sure. Yeah, we were really, because of we have a relationship with Education Design Labs. We have a side grant with them. Another Lumina's and little fingers are in all of this, but we have a side grant with EDL. And as a part of that, Education Design Labs has done significant work in the development of 21st century skills, which again, think soft skills, teamwork, resilience, innovation, different pieces. And so as we were talking with the career service folks, trying to find an opportunity for students that, they could just do this summer. A lot of students couldn't do that dream internship this summer. They couldn't do some of the normal things they might have been doing over the course of the summer to gain some skills. And so it occurred to us, gosh, now more than ever, the resilience badge would be a really good opportunity for our students. And so working with EDL, we offered the resilience badge to all of our enrolled students and incoming students. And it's summer, but we've had about 190 students, which isn't bad, enroll for the badge and are still working on it. So, it gets fits and starts, but so far, quite a lot of success. We won't know how many actually complete until probably towards the end of the summer, but we were really excited. It was the first time we'd reached out with something like that. Students were, jumped right on it. Those that were interested signed right up. And it's one of the things that has taught us a lot about the infrastructure you need to support these things, because monitoring these is quite time intensive. But we've got a great graduate student working with us who's been right in the middle of it. So, Kelly, does that help bring you up to speed on that?
It does. Do you
and I'm
foresee...
sorry, and we're hoping to expand the offering this fall.
Okay. I just thought, I read up on it and I thought it was great. Do you foresee that being wrapped into a bachelor's degree, let's say, a business administration degree with a couple badges? Is that another way of looking at it, like in the continuum of learning?
Yeah.
While they're there, can they grab them? We know they can come back, but can they grab them while they're working on that 4-year degree?
Well, and ultimately that rests with, with our academic side, but the conversations that we've had with our CAOs and with different pockets of every institution, we've probably met with 200 different people over the course of the last few months, indicates a lot of interest in that. We're also seeing the development of certain other pieces that if I'm a student, adding it to my resume will be really important. The development of a leadership micro-credential. I mentioned the food safety, one in career readiness. Those are just a few examples, and I've got a longer list. But yes, indeed. And as this develops, I think there's a lot of potential. I personally, just knowing the way these things develop, think there is significant opportunity to think about how micro-credentials could link in with some of our academic experiences. Some of you were here when Burning Glass did a presentation for us 3 years ago, maybe, and they talked about a psychology degree that added a competency, and I believe it was data analytics, and talked about the significant difference that made in employability and in salary. And I think that's one of the many things that we'll all want to be thinking about as we think about micro-credential development.
Great work. I really think that this is where it's at. I think this is a place where we can definitely expand. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Rosa.
Thank you all very much.
Great discussion. Her role in serving our adults is so needed. They need us to improve the way we do service. And we need them, frankly, because adults are the way we're going to shore up our enrollment in the future. And on the micro-credential side, this has the potential, as Rosa just pointed out in that last example, to be a game changer for higher education, and we need to be experts in it early on. So appreciate her efforts in all of this. If there aren't any other questions, I'll roll into the KPI. Is that okay, Chairwoman?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I have two reasons for showing this today. One, I wanted to close the loop, hold myself and my team accountable to what we present to you. And the other is just to give you an update on, to give you a sense of how we're rolling into fall and maybe some cautions as to how to interpret the data. So I'm going to start with applications. As you know, early on, back in November, we realized that we had a lot of work to do on the way we recruited, how we processed our applications, and thanks to Kim Jenkins and her team, they did a process review for us in the application department, made a number of recommendations. Our enrollment managers really bought in and came into this with a renewed sense of vigor. And so I wanted to show you, and it's really hard to determine with the data how you did during a pandemic because there are so many factors going on here. But I think I can show some good evidence that what they did and many people did really paid off. So the first thing I will show here, this graph, it represents 5 years of data. So each of the colored lines is the build up. Oh, of course it refreshes. It builds up from the days to the start of the fall semester. So this is the number of applications that we received last year. And then as the days get closer to the start of the fall semester, you can see the building of those applications. The black line is the current year. So you can see that we did, as promised, push to get applications in sooner. And we stayed ahead the entire time, where you can see we were almost 2% of last year on total applications. Historically, we have done a decent job of getting applications, although I wanted to move these lines. You see how that much steeper they were in the previous years to try and push and bend this curve up this way so that we could get them sooner. But what we struggled with was once we had the apps, we took forever to, or a long time to admit them. And those again, thanks to Kim and the enrollment managers and missions folks and so forth, really getting on the ball and changing a lot of what they've done to get those admissions sooner. And so again, you can see admitted sooner all the way across the board, and then just some really great efforts in driving to get those admissions decisions through, and we've just absolutely destroyed previous year cycles. So excellent work there. But of course, admission decisions don't mean anything if the students don't matriculate. And you can see that right here, this point, if you can see my cursor, is where COVID kicked in. And then everyone was unsure. The stock market crashed a few weeks after here. And then once we started to turn the tide, the market started to recover. This line just really fell exactly with consumer confidence all along, but it was also the efforts of our admissions staff talking to particularly some good examples where UMPI early on pushed all their advisors into talking to students to reassure them we're going to come back in the fall and so forth. And they really bent their curve well. And you can see now we have recovered, and now we are actually a % ahead in matriculations system-wide. So that's on the application side, and that's due to all the folks that I've already thanked a few times. So now let's take a look at enrollment. So this is a similar style graph. These are days leading up to the start of the semester. The colored lines again represent prior years. The black line represents this year. So this is enrollments. This is all universities, all levels, and all different student types continuing in first year. And you can see that combined, as of this morning, we are almost even, 0.4% behind where we were last year. But where the real story is this difference in, let me just do undergrad and first year and transfer. So the enrollment folks, and I forgot to mention that Dan Demerit and the Chancellor also initiated marketing at the system level to try and brand more widely and take advantage of an economy of scale. This is the kind of information that really shows that those efforts worked. So with everything that's going on, if you've seen my previous presentations on my prediction based on high school enrollment trends and everything else, that the prediction should be 4 to 5% decline, because that is the market that we're seeing each year is it's declining. So all of those efforts had to have paid off, because we ended up 2.5% ahead of new students in transfer, and that's what our marketing really impacts. Now, where COVID comes into play is on our continuing side with the essentially student confidence, consumer confidence, if you include parents, where just all along after COVID was announced, just a total slowing down of students continuing their education. I will say the other thing that slightly manipulates this curve is that we did have a large graduating class at some of our institutions last year, and so that's sort of a bubble effect that they all graduate. We're not going to have as many continuing. So we knew that was going to happen, but it certainly doesn't account for the 2.5% we're down. Interestingly enough, if you go back in time here, right before we made our announcements for returning to fall, we were 4% behind same time last year. And then the week after we made all our announcements that we were coming back, we were committed to having face-to-face options and so forth. We have closed that gap to 2.6%. And I expect as we're able to reassure more students and reach out to them that we will close that gap even further. The other thing that happened was, and we talked about the main center and all the great work that the graduate programs that we're doing and all the collaboration that's going on, including the cyber between USM and UMA and so many others, that has really paid dividends. In no way could we have predicted the performance that all of those groups would have, but graduate enrollment is up 16.5%. Of course, we know that recession type periods do have an impact on graduate enrollment, but all of the other efforts that everyone on this call was involved in have really paid off. And that is what I wanted to share today. I can go into more, but make up a little bit of time here.
Thank you, Robert. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does, sir.
Okay, questions for Robert on the data?
It's Betsy.
Betsy? Yeah, Betsy.
Yeah, I'm just anecdotally hearing parents say that they're not going to be sending their, if their child's college does not open up, and if it's online learning, they don't want to spend $70,000 for online learning. Are you seeing our spike in applications? Do you think it's a security blanket for some kids are going to be saying, I'm not going to go to my high-end expensive college, but I'll stay in Maine, pay in-state tuition? Are you seeing that safety gap, or I don't know what you call it?
Yeah, we do theorize that we got some of those students exactly because of that. The chancellor went out early to say our intention was to come back. Well, I don't know, when did you do that, sir? Back in March was the first time he said, if we can, we are going to come back. So I think that really had a positive effect. The other thing I didn't mention that we're all worried about as enrollment professionals across the country is summer melt. So during the summer, you know, the students all commit, they say they're coming, and then stuff happens. They get cold feet, the parents run out of money, they just, they get a better job, or all kinds of things happen, and then they start to drift away. In talking to colleagues just this weekend in Texas, particularly schools that have gone mostly online, where they're fearful of a 25% summer melt. Now, we bake into our assumptions, and you heard this from Jared and others, where it's they're looking at from 2% to 10%. You know, there's going to be more of a summer melt effect with our dorm students than there are going to be for our online students. The online students are expecting to come online, but the dorm students are expecting face-to-face classes. And when they find that they're going to have to take a few online, you're exactly right. Those are all considerations that we're trying to estimate the best we can. So.
No, I'm thinking the opposite. I think as a state institution, we could actually see that those students that have melted at other campuses, it's much more affordable to take, quote, a gap year, stay at home, live with mom, and attend classes at one of the University of Maine campuses. So I'm questioning, are we prepared if there's a sudden spike at the, you know, the last minute, which would be a wonderful problem to have.
Yes, absolutely. We do also hope for that. I would say anticipate is a bit strong of a word, but yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Is that Lisa?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Robert, Rosa, I just want to thank you. You might recall about a year and a half ago, we all got together around the marketing to high school students. Trustee Martin was part of that, and I'm just thrilled to see that effort and money was put behind to try to get high school students to attend the University of Maine system, that we did a better job marketing. And COVID or no COVID, I think that your hard work has paid off, and I'm thrilled to see these numbers. I think Betsy's point is well taken. I've been thinking the same thing, that we may benefit greatly from some of the privates going online only, or with limited capacity for in-students. So well done, and thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Eames. Other questions, comments, or any of what you just heard?
My only
Chair?
Yes, Trustee Gardner.
I just want to compliment Rosa and Robert for the information. I think the analysis and the data is so helpful, and the work obviously is very good, and the results very good. So it's good to see, you know, the actual analysis and the working of the data driving different efforts which come back as a result. That's really good. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gardner. I just make one quick note in response to Rosa's presentation, that it's very gratifying to see really concentrated effort on some of the board's strategic priorities from 2018. We put a lot of emphasis on the need for adult degree completion and micro-credentials as tools that we were going to need to be able to sustain enrollment and meet our students' needs in this new world. And this is exactly the kind of progress that we want to see. So thank you for your efforts in that regard. We're very excited to see it and look forward to continued success. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And with that, I think, what happened to Grog? He was on, he was off, he was on, and now he's not on again. Probably check, there he is.
Yeah, he's here.
Here he is. So I'm going to take the next item, tab 5 in the agenda, out of order, which is a resolution for Gregory Johnson, our recently departed trustee who has joined us virtually for this. And Grog, we really appreciate you taking the time to come back among us for a few minutes so that we could do a resolution on your behalf. So with that, I'm going to read the resolution and then ask for it to be adopted. So the resolution is as follows. Whereas Gregory G. Johnson has served the University of Maine system with distinction as a trustee for 2 terms from May 11th, 2011 to May 26, 2020. And whereas Trustee Johnson has been an active voice and advocate for higher education over many years, and during his 9 years of service, he set a high standard for the level of involvement for a board member, including service on the following committees: Executive Committee for 9 years, Audit Committee, Human Resource and Labor Relations Committee, Finance, Facilities, Technology Committee for 10 years, Investment Committee and Academic and Student Affairs Committee for 9 years, and chair of that committee for 8 years. And whereas he served as vice chair of the board from 2013 to 2016 and was the UMS trustee representative to the University of Maine Foundation for 8 years. And whereas he was seen as a data siphon, he really liked data and asked many questions to aid his own understanding and that of his fellow trustees. Whereas he had a great understanding of the fiduciary responsibilities of the trustees and his desire to find reasonable and responsible solutions was appreciated by everyone. And whereas Trustee Johnson has exemplified unending commitment to the sons and daughters of Maine through his caring and concern for their success. And he will be missed by those of us lucky enough to have worked directly with him. Now, therefore, be it known to all that we, the University of Maine System Board of Trustees, offer our most sincere gratitude, thanks, and best wishes to Gregory G. Johnson for his outstanding contributions to the quality of higher education in Maine. Approved on the 20th day of July, 2020 by the University of Maine System Board of Trustees, acting as stewards of Maine's public universities and their nearly 30,000 students, 5,000 employees, and more than 200,000 living alumni. So could I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
I think Donnelly beat you to it, Sam. Seconded by Trustee Collins. What? Oh yes, we're gonna do a roll call. We'll see if this group really likes you as much as they say they do, Grog. They have to vote one on one.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Definitely yes.
Trustee Collins,
Absolutely.
Trustee Doe,
He took a walk.
Trustee Donnelly,
Absolutely.
Trustee Eames,
Yes, we will miss you, Grog.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes, and we'll miss him.
Trustee Eustace,
Without reservations.
Trustee Martin,
Yes, 2 thumbs up.
Trustee McMahon,
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes, absolutely.
Trustee Riley,
Emphatically, yes.
Trustee Tim.
Yes, and thank you for all your insight and comments over those board meetings.
Resolution.
Okay, the resolution carries. So if I might just add on a personal note, Grog, how much I need to say how much I've appreciated your service to UMS. You've exemplified what fiduciary means, and your ability to get to the nub of our many issues, especially our long-term fiscal sustainability, has been of great importance to the system and invaluable to me in my development as a fiduciary for UMS. So thank you very, very much, and Godspeed. And with that, a round of applause. I could see hands clapping.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm Grog, if you have any farewell you would like to say, we'd be delighted to hear it.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but I think I got about an hour's worth of comments I'd like to share with you. I can do better though, if you give me more time. No, seriously, thank you for the kind words and for that roll call vote. Very much appreciate it. For the first time since I graduated from the University of Maine 52 years ago, I'm not directly involved in public service endeavor. I spent 36 years in the Navy, and the last 16 years involved in public service and public higher education. And those are, I guess, two of my passions. So it is kind of bittersweet, but it has been a wonderful experience. Most important experience that I take away from it, of course, is the people that I've had the pleasure of serving with. And that includes, of course, my fellow trustees. There's too many to name them all. And there were three, I think, that were on the board most of the time that I was on the board. Norm, of course, and Marge Med, and trustee for life, Sam Collins. And I do want to recognize them. And all of you who are on there now. You're immensely talented. I know that this board is going to continue to do wonderful things. And I guess the only thing I'd like to say is one of the things that I find interesting is those two bureaucracies that I was part of, United States Navy and the University of Maine system, is they don't take kindly to change. And of course, you know, DOD or the military is always accused of fighting the last war. Absolutely true. For instance, my service, you know, you needed Pearl Harbor to convince them that the battleships were no longer very relevant in warfare. And now the community or the clan that I come from is facing the same thing. How much longer are aircraft carriers going to be relevant, or will it take a Pearl Harbor for us to understand that? I guess in public higher education, maybe the pandemic crisis is your Pearl Harbor. And I'm sure that this board has the fortitude and the courage and the insight and the leadership to make the difficult changes that will have to be made. So thank you all very much for the opportunity to serve with you. It was a privilege, as it was all the other 52 years that I was in public service. And I wish you fair winds and following seas. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Grog. Okay, we will continue on where I don't even know where we are on our timeline, but I think we're doing all right. So back to tab 3, confirmation of visitors, boards of visitors appointments. And give me 1 second to find the resolution. So we are confirming a number of boards of visitors appointments. The list is familiar to the board. And the text of the resolution is that the Board of Trustees confirms the Board of Visitors appointments for 2020 and 2021 as presented. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Martin.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Donnelly. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Well, we have a roll call.
Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Trustee Doak. Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Eustace.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Tim.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Next item is a Board of Trustees emergency delegation resolution. For that, I guess I would like to turn it over to Chief of Staff and General Counsel Phelan to introduce this and explain the proposal to the board.
Sure. So we're referring now to the materials at tab 4. There's the agenda information sheet and a proposed resolution We have discussed this previously with the trustees and incorporated some initial input. This goes back initially to presentations that several of the board committees may remember from the University of Maine System Risk Manager, Gretchen Catlin, as we have started to more deliberately and intentionally track the various types of risk that the system might face, whether that be legal, financial, reputational, or anything else. And through the course of that, one of the risks identified, albeit remote, is what would happen if the trustees were not able to gather with a quorum in an emergency situation to allow for action that was necessary to maintain the viability of the system. So something truly catastrophic. And we had discussed a delegation resolution that would permit the chancellor to take action with notification to a minimum number of trustees, with the board following up with an endorsement or ratification of the action or any other action that it felt was necessary. So we drafted language that you see in the resolution. And when the agenda materials were posted for the board, we had a couple of additional questions that came in asking for us to give some additional thought and consideration to essentially, could we identify situations where this could actually conceivably be used? What were those situations? And I wanted to just take a couple of minutes, if I might, to talk through those, to invite any additional comment from our risk manager, Gretchen Catlin. I will note as well that when Trustee Irwin shared the concerns and questions with me before the meeting, we did have the opportunity to have a discussion with the board clerk, Ellen Gowdy, the risk manager, Gretchen Catlin, and I, to talk through how we might respond to the questions that had been shared with us. So I'm prepared to do that here over the next minute or two, but I also want to recognize this could be a work in progress. Should the information we're presenting here today not seem sufficient, should the board desire to approach this in a different manner, we can certainly take that into consideration and save action for another time. But we do believe we have information that's responsive to the questions we've gotten about the resolution, and I'll talk through that right now for a minute or two. The essential question we got was, give us an example of how this might actually kick in. What kind of situation might arise where we would need to act under this resolution? And I'm actually going to start by distinguishing it from a situation where we don't foresee the need for action on a resolution like this. You'll all recall what happened in March. In that second week of March, when we very quickly got to a point where we decided it was necessary to transition to online instruction and to send our residence hall students home on fairly short notice. None of those actions, according to the board charter or the board bylaws, required board action. But we did, during a meeting with presidents where we were making these decisions, we did what we could to reach out and provide notification to trustees in advance of the information going public. No trustee meeting was called to order. No board action was taken. But we did our best to notify individual board members and give them the opportunity to call in for a discussion with our presidents if they had any questions. So I wanted to lay that out there as an example that does not trigger a resolution like this. I want to note that the type of situation we're talking about here would be a catastrophic exception, a catastrophic outcome that would require such immediate action with trustees unavailable, where it was a situation where board action would normally be taken. And so Gretchen Catlin and Ellen Dowdy and I brainstormed what that might look like. Because again, in risk management, you are trying to predict ahead of time what the risk might be, and then come up with some kind of documented process or strategy for how you would mitigate it or respond to it. And here's what we came up with. And I don't offer this to be doomsdayer or even to attempt to be anything other than serious and reasonable as we think about this. And the scenario we decided would appropriately typify when this might come to be is some type of financial emergency that required such drastic action as to render the approved budget meaningless, an immediate financial action. Now, by itself, you would say, well, do what you can to call together a board meeting to authorize the financial changes to the budget and the financial practices of the system. And then you layer on top of that something like a very serious COVID crisis where several trustees are incapacitated and unable to participate in a meeting, or some type of natural disaster has occurred where we can't physically travel and our telecommunications infrastructure is down and we can't get together. If you put those two scenarios together, you could have a situation where action under this resolution could be required. So again, I want to point out, we're talking about risk scenarios. The likelihood of them occurring is remote, if not extremely rare or next to impossible. But in the world of risk management, and again, I invite my colleague Gretchen Catlin to speak to this. In the world of risk management, a best practice would be to document strategies and mitigation scenarios that would address a risk, no matter how remote that risk is, of whether or not it would actually occur. So that's what we have in front of you. That's our best effort at giving you a scenario where something like this could be triggered. I do want to note there was one additional question then that followed from that, and it was, shouldn't we do this as a bylaw change if we're changing the charter or the responsibilities of the executive committee? We certainly could do it that way, and I want to acknowledge that. I think the board acting as a whole through its resolutions have the effect of bylaws, given how our bylaws are written. But I'm open to those suggestions as well as further questions of the board. And again, there's no immediate requirement that we adopt this today. If board members have continuing questions or concerns, we can give it more consideration and more attention, depending on the discussion and questions here on the resolution. So I'll stop there. I'll invite either questions or comment from Risk Manager Gretchen Catlin. I think General Services Officer Chip Gavin has been following this as well, if he'd like to weigh in too. But that's my presentation.
Thank you, Jim. That's helpful. Yeah, I would love to hear from Gretchen if you have additional perspective to share on this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just to build on what Jim Thalen was speaking about, our goal here is really to be prepared, to have our playbook written so that in the unlikely event that this situation should occur, during those stressful times, oftentimes we're wondering, how are we going to handle this situation? But from a risk management perspective, if we've already thought about it, that can actually increase our efficiency, our response time, and build trust with those that we serve. So that's our goal, is to be prepared and think ahead, because in the event that we don't do that, perhaps we're, from a risk management perspective, jinxing it in a negative way. So our goal is, again, to be prepared.
Thank you. Chip, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I don't, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So, and Jim, let me say, I appreciate your suggestion that if the board would like to take a little more time to think this through, that we obviously are free to do that. And I'd certainly like to hear from board members. What's your reaction? How would you like to proceed with this? And we can adopt this. We can say, wait a minute, let's slow it down a little bit. Maybe send it back to the audit committee or the FFT committee or both to kind of think it through a little further and bring it back at a future meeting if they think it's necessary. So there are some things we can certainly do along those lines. But I'd love to hear a perspective from board members.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Trevor.
First, I want to thank you and Jim for answering my questions. I think at this point, in my opinion, no, we're moving on this a little too fast. I would appreciate sending it back to either audit or FFT or both for further discussion. As it sits right now, I still do have some serious concerns that one, this is unnecessary, as I feel the chancellor has ample authority to act in any emergency situation, as extreme as they may be, with the understanding, of course, he would consult with the chair or the vice chair if the chair is not available in that instance. I still do have some questions about the charter and the bylaws issue, and I appreciate your explanation there, Jim, but it's something I'd like to discuss further with you. So I would be in support of tabling this and redirecting it to committee at this time.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Trevor, thank you. Trustee Riley?
Yeah, I think, I'm glad Trevor didn't make that a motion to table because then we can't keep talking, right? But I share his concern about this. I think actually, given the times we're in, we should err on the side of engaging the board more as a sounding board in discussions about these issues about opening campus and so forth. It strikes me that anything that is so drastically an emergency requires the board engagement immediately, and our responsibility is to make sure that we're available as needed. And I think particularly so if those meetings can be by phone or by Zoom. I think what challenges me to sort of follow up on Trevor's concerns, what are the guardrails here? What constitutes an emergency? Where are the limits of authority? What is it exactly we're trying to do? And I think the three people identified seems to limit the engagement of the board and limit the opportunity to really address an emergency and support the chancellor and the staff in the ways that I think the board is responsible for. So I think there should be an expectation for the board and the executive committee in the case of an emergency to be notified quickly and to be ready to help quickly. But if we go forward with a proposal like this, I'd very much like to see what are the guardrails? What is an emergency? What would constitute abrogating the board's responsibility to a couple of people? And where are the limits of that?
Thank you, Trustee Riley. Trustee Kane?
Thank you so much. I don't want to repeat anything, so I'll add a couple of points, but I agree with what Trevor said. I appreciate him proactively asking the questions I was thinking when I read the document this weekend as well. I feel like this is not quite ready for prime time, and committee engagement would definitely help it. I also wonder, as we think about things we can learn in a COVID environment that hopefully won't be our permanent reality, but elements of it are certainly going to be with us for a long time. When we opened this meeting this morning, we opened it referencing the permission of the governor to hold these meetings virtually. It seems to me this is also an opportunity for us to say, how do we make sure that maybe that becomes part of our norm, right? As we look to engage members more from more parts of the state as much as possible. Pandemic aside, the use of more virtual technology is a great way to engage more people from more places all at once, and something we can get really good at while we're forced to do it. And then combined with that, that theoretically makes it easier to pull together a quorum, especially when you're allowed to be in a virtual environment. So I think for those reasons, I'm in favor of waiting to take action on this later after it's received further review and editing.
Okay, thank you. No, that's very helpful. Anyone else? I think I know where we're going to go with this, but I want to see if anybody else feels we should stick to the resolution or whether we should slow it down and get a little bit more board engaged process in it, which I think what we've already heard is very helpful in sort of refining and defining that issue for us. And I'll confess that I was struggling to envision the scenario under which this could arise. I think there are some, but I'm not sure what they are yet. I think we ought to put our heads together and really be clear about when do we really think something like this would be useful and of value to the system versus just having the executive committee step up, on very short notice if necessary. So to your point, Trustee Riley, about the guardrail question of when is this in play versus when does it not need to be in play and therefore shouldn't be in play. And so we'll do that if somebody wants to make a motion to table for consideration. I think it probably should be both the FFT and the audit committee. But that's my instinct. I think both committees have central jurisdiction over this. So the question is, when did they meet?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, sure. 1 second, Trustee Donnelly. So,
Do I table it? Just move it to those committees for consideration. Jim? And just moving. I know we don't try not to table it.
Yeah, table is that we hold, I think we just refer it to committee for further consideration.
sorry, we were just wanting to get the right resolution here. So Trustee Donnelly, go ahead, please.
I might have the wrong resolution. I was going to move that we remand this resolution back to the audit and FF&T committees for further consideration, to be brought back to the full board after being reworked.
Second.
I think so moved by Trustee Donnelly, seconded by Trustee Hustis. I think you got the right resolution, Trustee Donnelly. I think it is to remand to the committees. So
see, that legislative training never goes away.
So any discussion on that motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for a roll call.
Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Collins.
Yes.
Trustee Doak. Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Eames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Hustis.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Tim.
Yes.
The amended resolution is carried.
Okay, thank you all. Good discussion. Good example of using our staff bringing something forward and the board reacting in a responsible way to it. So I think this is a good way forward. Next on tab 6, we may have a somewhat similar issue with regard to the Title IX Compliance Authority and in terms of how we might want to move forward on that. As the board knows, we have an effective date of final regulations from the Department of Education of August 14th. And we need to follow those regulations. They have force of law as of August 14th. We don't yet have in place the policy and procedures that the system will use in order to be compliant because of, well, everybody knows why. We've been engaged in a lot of other stuff, and there was a very short timeline in order from the date these were announced to the effective date for this to happen. So the question here is, given that we don't meet again until January, how will we make sure that the system has full authority to act in accordance with its policy and in compliance with the new rules as of August 14th? So I think the question is really how do we get this off this agenda? And with the idea that I think that we would send this, we would initially have the executive committee meet when the policy has been drafted in time to act on a temporary basis to give the system authority to act in accordance with the policy and the law until such time as the full board has a chance to act finally on this at our September meeting. So perhaps that was just a motion. Very well worded.
Chair, can I clarify? I think you said January meeting at the beginning of your discussion. At the end, you just said September.
If I said January, I was mistaken. I meant September.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. Thank you. So I guess let me say this. Let me propose the following motion, that the board defer action on this item and we'll schedule a executive committee meeting for an appropriate time prior to August 14th for interim action on the systems policy that will authorize authority on the part of the system until the board can meet in full in September.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Donnelly,
Second.
seconded by trustee Gardner. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the roll.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Collins,
Yes.
trustee Doe, trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Eustace,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Michoud,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Tim.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Next item, which is tab 7, is the proposed Board of Trustee Policy 314 UMS Academic Integrity Policy. And do we have, is Kay Kimmel with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
I am here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. In summer 2018, the General Counsel's Office requested that the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs Office review the existing academic integrity policies and procedures to make them consistent across the system and to create a counterpart to the system-wide Student Conduct Code, which has been in place since 1972. So what is being proposed is not a new policy. Each university in the system currently has its own, but there are differences in definitions, processes, sanctions, and reporting requirements that sometimes create confusion. Some of these policies haven't been updated in 10 or more years. Others may be difficult to find on university websites. So it's clear that these policies need to be rendered in a more coherent whole. Now that the Commission has approved our substantive change request for unified accreditation, we are expected to expand the numbers of multi-university programs, and our students will be taking more courses from across the university system. To support that growth, we need a single policy with accompanying procedures that will be uniform and fair for all students, faculty, and staff to follow. Following the General Counsel's Office request, we convened a work group with representation from each university drawn from both Student Affairs and Academic Affairs offices. That group pulled together all of the existing academic integrity policies, reviewed them for consistency while identifying conflicting elements. They also explored policies from other universities before crafting a single policy and set of procedures. This policy was then reviewed by the CAOs, circulated to each university multiple times for review by the faculty governance bodies, and has been discussed with the faculty and student board reps. Feedback from all groups from each cycle was taken into consideration, and the policy was subsequently revised 3 times. The CAOs, the original work group, and the General Counsel's Office also reviewed each iteration. Just speaking for myself for a moment, I really do appreciate the engagement that each group has shown with this policy over the 2 years it's been under consideration and development, and believe that what you have before you, the 4th iteration, is a better document because of their input and engagement. To make sure we maintain effective policies and procedures, including academic integrity, we intend to develop a system policy on policies that will create a uniform process for establishing new policies and reviewing current policies, which would address when and how this policy would be reviewed following implementation. So the academic integrity policy comes before you as an action item today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Deputy Vice Chancellor Kimball? Reminder, this is the second time this has come before us. The first time was, I believe it was at the May meeting. It's been through the committees, the Academic Student Affairs Committee twice, and is ready for adoption unless there are any questions or concerns. Okay, hearing none. The text of the proposed resolution. One second. Text of the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves the proposed new Board Policy 314 on UMS academic integrity and its corresponding academic procedures as outlined by Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs to be effective on September 1, 2020.
So moved.
Trevor, I think.
Second.
Well, moved by Trustee Houston, seconded by Trustee Michaud. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the roll.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Collins,
Yes.
Trustee Doe, Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Eustace,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Tim.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. So,
Thank you, everyone.
Chair Irwin, may I offer my congratulations for my colleague that turned out to be her Everest, and glad she could finish it before she left.
yes, well, thank you to all who carried this forward. And I appreciate your comments, Robert. And thank you, Kay, for your hard work on this. So next is our consent agenda. And I'm going to turn that over to Trustee Gardner. If you are ready to roll.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the following resolution as presented under the appropriate tabs. Under tab 8 is the acceptance of the minutes for the following committees. Committee meeting on April 27th of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. Also on April 27th, the Human Resource and Labor Relations Committee. On April 29th, the Finance, Facilities and Technology Committee. On May 14th, the Investment Committee. And also on May 14th, the Audit Committee. And May 18th, the Board of Trustees meeting. Under tab 9 is also an item that was moved forward to the consent agenda from the Finance, Facilities and Technology Committee. It's to approve a ground lease for the Thai Kappa Epsilon. And the resolution for that is that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine, to enter into a ground lease for the term as long as 30 years with Thai Kappa Epsilon Housing Corporation for land located in the town of Orono, subject to review and approval of all final terms and conditions by the University of Maine system and General Counsel. Could I have a second for this motion?
Trevor Eustace.
It was seconded by Trevor.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Okay, then can you take roll call, Ellen?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Collins,
Yes.
Trustee Doe, Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Eustace,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Tim. Trustee Tim,
It's frozen in time.
I think you said yes.
motion is carried.
Here she goes. All right, so we are actually 5 minutes ahead of schedule. That's great. We're now, I should ask, it's been 2.5 hours, whether trustees need a 5-minute break before we resume, which, because we have another almost hour and a half to go.
That would be nice.
All right, why
We'll
don't we
vote on that.
be in recess? Actually, let's do 10 minutes. Please be back at 3:05.
Thank you.
Okay, we will resume the meeting. Thank you all for your patience. Good to get a little stretch break. And now we are in the home stretch with some discussion topics. And let's begin with proposed change to Board of Trustees Policy 205, faculty and student representation to the Board of Trustees. And that is Interim Vice Chancellor Placido, I believe.
Thank you, sir. We will be seeking at subsequent ASA and board meetings your approval to modify policy 205 to include the law school so that they may have a faculty and a student rep. An important element of distinguishing them as an independent entity. So I do note that, and I apologize, I didn't realize this until this morning when I reread it for about the 50th time, that the way the policy edit is worded in the board book right now implies that they will be allowed to add a faculty member and an undergrad. So we'll make that adjustment. This is just an information item for you all to be aware that we will be coming forward in September with the request to change. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I just say how much I appreciate all the effort that is going into addressing the details of what President Cummings and I have referred to as a very friendly divorce. And the number of details that have to be attended to make sure it all works well can be overwhelming. And I very much appreciate everyone's attention to this. In particular, adding the student voices. The students are amazing. They're responsible, creative, and just a huge help at every step. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Dean Softly. This is probably the first friendly divorce you've seen in many years. Any questions about this? This will go through committee and back to the board again. If not, we will move on. Next is Unified Accreditation Update, and that's the Chancellor and Jim Phelan.
Chancellor, would you like me to proceed?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure. Thanks, everyone. As the board knows, as the presidents know, and as we publicly announced with a joint press release with NETCHE, the New England Commission of Higher Education, at the end of June, the NETCHE did in fact agree and without any opposition confer unified accreditation upon the University of Maine system. Which of course had first been recommended from the Chancellor last fall. A series of work from literally dozens, if not hundreds of people across the system in all of our universities since last September, whether from organizing campus visits for the Chancellor to talk in person with stakeholders, faculty, students, board of visitors, alumni, university administrators at every one of our campuses, over the course of several months, beginning in September, bringing a number of process considerations to the board last November, and then of course to the board's unanimous vote authorizing us to go ahead and request unified accreditation from NETCHE at its meeting in January of this year. We then undertook the work to prepare the paperwork, what's officially known as a substantive change request that we presented to NETCHE. That allowed us to have a meeting with the commissioners that make up the New England Commission of Higher Education. We did that via Zoom on Tuesday, June 23rd. We were promised a decision by the end of the week that week. And I believe the Chancellor got his call later at the end of the day. So a matter of hours later, the commission had already voted to accept and approve our request for unified accreditation. A key point that I'll make about the announcement that we made jointly with NETCHE announcing the unified accreditation approval is that it included a supportive statement from the Deputy Undersecretary of the U.S. Department of Education, a woman named Diane Jones, who has a portfolio of responsibility for higher education within the U.S. Department of Education. And that's significant because we have continued conversations over multiple years, but they continue through the present with staff at the Department of Education to make sure that as we work our way through the accreditation transition, we do not unduly disrupt our university's ability to manage their financial aid programs that are administered through the federal financial aid programs. And we can report very good news that as we've continued our engagement with the Department of Ed staff, they now believe that it is almost certain, not yet confirmed, but almost certain that the Department of Education can recognize the University of Maine system as the accredited entity without requiring any disruption or change to the university's ability to continue to manage their Title IV federal financial aid programs. That is, as we have discussed with some board members and in other conversations, that is a tremendous lifting of what we thought would be an administrative burden of part of the transition to unified accreditation. So that's a very significant development, and we will continue to pursue that. So just very quickly, I want to go through the detail and status of where we are and what the next steps are. In many ways, we have achieved the goal of the first year with the chancellor coming in and making this recommendation last September. But we're also now back to the starting line. We're at the starting line of implementation. The first step in that process is getting the letter, the official letter from the New England Commission of Higher Education that confirms our status as a unified accredited entity as the University of Maine system. We did receive that letter on last Friday. And essentially what the letter does, and I'll just very briefly go through the highlights of the letter. It confirms what one of the goals of efficiencies of having a unified accreditation for the entire system instead of by separate university. Because another thing that we'll do, if I can figure out how to do this here, I want to show one other thing on my screen. If I can do this, it doesn't seem like it's coming up there. Let's see, new share. Thanks for your patience while I put that out. This is a table that showed the visits and reporting requirements for each of our universities separately that we would have maintained over the next several years with NECHI had our universities continued to be separately accredited. Each of the columns that you see there is a university in our system, after the University of Maine system on the left. And those detail the reports, the visits, the issues that each university would have separately reported on. With having unified accreditation now, one of the highlights in the letter that I've referred to now, the July 17th letter, is that all of these separate visits and reports have been canceled. And they've been replaced by the single visit. Again, let me go back now to my presentation. They've been replaced by the current slide, by the visit schedule that we will have over the next 2 years. So we will have a spring visit in 21 now that NECHI will conduct of the entire system, which will do two things. First of all, it's essentially what they call a confirming visit. It confirms that we are acting as a unified accredited entity in the way that we described in the request for unified accreditation that NECHI just approved. How we go about doing that, we'll prepare a report ahead of that visit. We'll have a site team that will visit. We'll encourage them to visit particular universities, any university that wants to have a specific visit. And then one additional issue that will be covered in that visit, because NECHI considers the competency-based education programming that's available right now through Presque Isle to be still so new as to require specific approval for any new program offerings. So NECHI does want to have a specific site visit to Presque Isle to review some specific CBE program offerings in accounting, history, and political science and liberal studies. And that was as they had already planned with Presque Isle and President Rice before unified accreditation. Moving on, we will go into a self-study mode where we will come up with a system-wide team that will prepare a self-study that will, in a more comprehensive way, demonstrate how we meet the standards of accreditation across the system as a whole. And we will prepare that in advance of a larger NetShe visit, a comprehensive evaluation as it's called, that will occur in the fall of 2022. So 2 years, a little more than 2 years from now. And although generally we will address how we meet the compliance or how we comply with NetShe standards, all 9 of the standards in that self-study report, NetShe in its letter dated July 17th did ask us to specifically address a number of issues. I'll call out 2 for your particular note. One is one of the primary issues that we had to address in the substantive change document is how we would handle faculty governance at a system level. So you'll recall or be aware that each university has its own faculty governance body, a faculty senate, a faculty assembly, and assembly of the whole faculty. What we've done is pulled together the leaders of each of those faculty assemblies and senates and had them prepare an initial protocol for how faculty would govern multi-university academic programming across the system. So we have an initial plan for how that is to be addressed and how we will address new programs. We will look to our faculty leaders to continue to develop that plan, and NetShe will want us to report on that specifically as system-wide internal academic governance in our self-study report. Another issue that NetShe asked us to focus on specifically is how we intend to strengthen the funding model for research and increased research and doctoral level education at the University of Maine. This is a matter, and I'd invite President Freeney-Mundy to speak to it if she'd like. This is a matter that was addressed with the University of Maine specifically in their own 10-year reaccreditation review that wrapped up earlier this spring. Recognizing that the University of Maine is part of the system, in fact, more than half of the system, NetShe carried that over into the work that we'll do as a system with our self-study in advance of the fall 2022 visit. Before I go on, I guess I would invite President Freeney-Mundy to speak to that if she'd like to.
Thank you, Jim. Yes, I'll just be brief. I was very pleased to see this, this note in the letter that we received from NetShe last week. This is very important for us because at a time when our peers are all facing some of the same issues that we face, but with a different resource model than we have here, being able to make this a priority through the NetShe and unified accreditation process will be very useful. So more to come on this, but I was pleased to see it there.
Great. So what are the next steps then? That's a brief summary of the letter. And again, board members should have it, should have received it as part of the Chancellor's weekend report yesterday. One issue that we expect to bring something to the board in the near future would be an update to Board Policy 308. You might recall we had initially thought about some language and even discussed some language to change that policy with the Academic and Student Affairs Committee earlier this spring. And the decision was made then to wait until we had presented our request for unified accreditation, to wait for NetShe's response, and in fact, to wait for the letter that we now have here so that we could determine whether there should be particular language in our board policy acknowledging accreditation and encouraging and supporting accreditation that addressed any issues or concerns that NetShe identified for us in their initial approval of unified accreditation. So I would propose that we work on language to suggest revisions to that policy and bring it back to you as early as September, looking to a later fall adoption of revisions to that policy. Another is one of the ways or one of the things that we have to report on at a board level as we look ahead to the self-study for unified accreditation and our comprehensive evaluation is the extent to which there is harmony between the system's mission overall, the statewide mission that the system has, and each university's role in the system in their statements of mission. So you'll recall that each university and the system as a whole have a mission statement that are part of board policy. We may consider as we work our way and begin the self-study phase, looking at revisions to our mission as we work toward that fall 2022 visit. Of course, the self-study itself is a significant undertaking. we, in our last President's Council meeting, our monthly meeting of the presidents of the system universities, we reviewed the self-study process that the University of Maine undertook in completing its recent self-study and reaccreditation. USM reported itself on the self-study it had been planning, but now no longer needs to undertake on its own. And we would expect over the next month or two to begin to develop a process and seek to identify stakeholders from all over the system, every university, all stakeholder groups, faculty, staff, students, university, academic and operational leaders, and be very transparent in that effort as we identify the people who will work on putting together that self-study and then actually begin to undertake that work. And then finally, we will continue and hopefully bring to a quick resolution this discussion I mentioned earlier with U.S. Department of Education staff to confirm that there is no action necessary regarding each university's continued administration of its financial aid programming. And that essentially takes us to the end of my present status update on unified accreditation. Happy to answer questions or invite comment from any other participants.
Questions, comments?
So if there are no comments or questions, just let me thank all of the presidents, their cabinets, all of our central staff, Jim Thalen as in particular for the great work that's been accomplished. This whole thing started back in '67, so we landed it just in time to deal with the pandemic, just like they planned it. But it is an important tool going forward. It is already drawing national attention and is being talked about quite extensively. This is the first time that this kind of regrouping would have been done in the way that we did it, and it is a potential very strong tool for us to use as we look at the desires of the trustees as having been previously enumerated in their reports, as we bring that to fulfillment and as we meet the broader educational mission that we've laid out for ourselves. So I'm obviously quite ecstatic that this has come about in the time frame that we laid out we could do it in, and very, very grateful to our student participants, our staff participants, our faculty participants, as well as the individuals and groups I have previously enumerated. But congratulations to all.
So, yeah, I said my piece earlier and I won't say it again, but thank you all. And so let's move now on to tab 12, which is a presentation from President Farini Mundy on transforming teaching while focusing on learning. President Farini Mundy.
Thank you, Chair Irwin. I'm going to try again with the screen sharing and the unmute process. I really appreciate the chance to speak to the group today about this topic. It is particularly relevant for me in that in the past several months and weeks, there has been an extraordinary and unplanned conversation on our campuses about teaching, necessitated by the changes we made around the pandemic, but also kind of something that took on its own shape as campuses and faculties began to imagine what could teaching look like under very new conditions and how to do that quickly. And so I wanted to call attention to both that conversation, but also the opportunity that this provides us to focus on learning, which is sort of the other facet of our enterprises, and it's really at the heart of what we do as institutions of higher education. In fact, it's this dialectic between teaching and learning is widely studied, widely discussed. You can find cartoons and all kinds of different sorts of graphics that say things like, you know, I taught so-and-so how to whistle, but they don't seem to be whistling. Well, just because you taught them, they didn't learn it. And I just wanted to take a few minutes with you all to assure you that that on our campuses, and particularly here at UMaine, where I have some specific examples, the conversation about learning and the work in learning, which is vital to student success, It's more than about what we do to transform our teaching, that work is well underway and happening very robustly. So when you look at the conversations about teaching that we all are in and that Robert Placido has referenced today and others, we are working with definitions of what face-to-face instruction looks like. That's a teaching mode, on-site teaching, online, and so on, all down through these. And we have definitions, and we could debate whether clinical and practica settings are actually instructional settings. I would say that they are. People are there to learn something, and we construct the way in which they learn. But I think of those as instructional modalities. And it's a little dangerous in my view for our discussion to only be about those, while at the same time we have such a great opportunity to talk about teaching. So that's the point of this presentation, to just take a few minutes of your time to say, to reassure you that we are looking at learning as well. There are two landmark studies, and I worked at the National Research Council during the production of the first of these, what we fondly called their HPL1, How People Learn, Brain, Mind, and Experience in School. These are available, they're free downloads you can get from the National Academies Press websites, and it was followed in 2018 by HPL2, which was meant to update the research and summarize everything that's known about learning. And I continue to go back to those as perhaps the two best references in the field to help us think about what learning means. And the question of thinking about learning as we think about teaching is strongly emphasized in both of these reports. So here, and this is a little bit scary to try to boil both of those wonderful, rich reports down to 5 bullets, but here are a few. Basics of learning. First of all, humans actively seek information. These are assumptions essentially that are well supported in research about learning. Second, knowledge is constructed from prior knowledge, skills, and beliefs. Third, culture is critical in shaping how people learn. Fourth, mental models and metacognition, and I'll talk more about those words, are key to developing knowledge. And finally, learning doesn't happen without motivation. There are many more assumptions and basics and well-established facts about learning, but having these 5 in mind turns out to have a very big impact on actually how much students learn. And I've been very pleased to find out here on campus, without a lot of deep searching, that we have terrifically strong examples of how this kind of attention on learning is shaping what we do in teaching. And that's where I'd like to go next. So HPL 1 and 2 both speak to why it's important for people who teach to have clear assumptions and understandings about learning, because otherwise the focus gets to be too much on what they, the teacher, did in the classroom and not enough on what the learner is taking away from that. So with that, I want to introduce 3 examples that I'll be using to just illustrate this. And these were 3 that were just sort of right at our fingertips here. I'm very confident that if we reached across our campus and across campuses in the system, we would have many, many such examples. And my pitch here is to hope that all of us can make the learning focus equally strong as the instructional mode focus that we're in right now. So 3 examples. One comes from Dr. Tim Baster, who is an assistant professor of mathematics from Math 122, which is pre-calculus. This is the course that I elected to participate in this past semester. What an amazing semester to participate. We had half the semester within class instruction done in small groups with an active learning classroom, a very, very strong and rich active learning environment. And they shifted then, of course, to a fully online environment, and at the same time managed to maintain that activity. Tim's example is one that I observed in one of the online classes later in the spring. And he just demonstrates beautifully how important it is to draw on students' prior knowledge, skills, and beliefs, because that will influence their ability to learn. If you don't, it's language that we've been using in bigger ways. If you don't meet the learner where they are, your chances of helping them actually gain knowledge are very small. And Tim masterfully demonstrates how he does that in a large class with students of varied backgrounds. Second example comes from another set of our fabulous teachers, Melissa McGinnis, Sally Malloy, and Melody Neely, who work in various areas of biology. And their course is a pair of courses taught in the Honors College called Phage Genomics. And they have many examples of using the principles of learning, but in particular, I wanted to pick out what they do with metacognition, because they do it, again, quite masterfully. And then finally, the third example, Julia McGuire, who is in our biology area, uses culture and motivation in basic biology. So that's the large section Bio 100 course. And I just thought it might be a bit of an interlude to talk about these three examples for us. So I'll go through pretty quickly. So, okay, we're in Math 122, pre-calculus, and I'm dutifully sitting at my Zoom station watching as Tim Baster starts to teach this class, and he opens up with a question, and students responded via some sort of a chat mechanism akin to chat as you have it in Zoom. He said, write down what you believe an angle is. Now, these are generally first-year students in college. They've had a fair bit of high school mathematics, and here are a few of their definitions. I'll just let you read them. Had I had more time, had I thought harder about this, I would have had you all do this exercise, but I didn't, so it's okay. You're off the hook. But this concept of asking the students what they understand about a concept is a classic approach to building on where they are. And Tim knows this, he's taught this course a lot of times. He got all these different kinds of answers. And what's interesting about this first batch of answers is that they focus on the measurement of the angle, not on the angle. So again, I'm a mathy type and I'll get quite caught up, so I'll just try to keep moving on. But the students were sharing these online and I was reading them and fascinated by them. Here are some more. These have been grouped, these are more like the actual definition of an angle. Two rays going in different directions that are connected at a point or a vertex and so forth. So you may say, well, why on earth does anybody need to understand that? Well, he's getting ready to teach a lesson in trigonometry, which depends upon understanding angle measurement. Understanding trigonometry is a pretty major essential for so many areas of science and engineering. So it does matter. And he was very consciously focused on getting an understanding of where they were so that he could then build up to the definition of angle measurement. A perfect example of taking into account their prior knowledge and then trying to shape it through what he did instructionally to follow. And that would be another whole talk, but he did beautiful tasks with them that they then used these definitions and came to a different place. So that's what Tim did in Math 122. And I would say about this, that the plan for next semester with Math 122 is to do their best to manage this course with a combination of face-to-face and online instruction. And they've done some nice pedagogical work where students will alternate attendance, as I understand it, and those who come to class then have a responsibility to take what they got out of the face-to-face class and take it back to the students who are in their online group. And similarly, after the online groups meet, representatives who will go to the face-to-face class carry those achievements back. So a lot of design goes into these transitions, design that depends upon understanding learning. I'll just shift quickly now to the second example, and it may be that Melissa and others are online and can help me, but this is a piece of a much bigger, elaborated instructional design for the course in phage genome discovery. The nicknames for these two courses are, I'm told, Dirt to DNA and DNA to Genes. So these are very relevant in anyone's preparation in the biomedical fields and in other major areas of biology. Every one of those assumptions that I listed from HPL 1 and 2 are taken into account in the design of this course. So I could use this as an example for many things, but I wanted to just focus on the metacognition, which basically is about in instruction, no matter what your mode is, this is about the learning focus. Having students step away from their learning experience and reflect on it actively and talk about what they understood and what they didn't understand and how they managed to work on the problems. And you can see by this cycle that's portrayed here from this team that is actively happening in step 4 of their cycle. So they start with a learning objective for the students. In this case, the general objective is about understanding gene structure and transcription. And they do lots of things consistently to help get the students to actually understanding and meeting their student learning objectives. This is all quite relevant, by the way, for NECHI. where there is a standard about student learning objectives, and we have to be able to demonstrate as a system that we have mechanisms in place to measure these. And so examples like this will be used lots of different places, lots of different ways. So they basically do an activity with the students to sort of get at their misconceptions. That's their prior understanding, basic understanding. They then go from there to some sort of an active learning experience, a problem to be solved, and then they go further into some instruction and then the reflection. And so I've shared here, and it is difficult to read, I understand this, some of the student reflection on their own activity, where the students are asked basically, what strategy do you use when faced with a difficult task or a question? So this is explicitly eliciting the students' thinking and understanding, and then the students write about it, and then that becomes a part of the assessment process. This person talks about, well, you break it down into pieces, you know, and then go further in terms of thinking about what you need to do with those pieces. So just a lovely example of the way instruction can build in this assumption that we've got to develop metacognition and use it toward learning. And there's evidence that that then makes a difference. They then have the students practice the skill. And so again, we'd need Melissa or Sally or Melody to go into the details about what this is, but there's another opportunity to reflect in this same cycle on what they learned. And this one is kind of a nice reflection just because the student realized that they needed the group to actually make sense of the topic. And so they point that out, that they came into the group discussion really not realizing how much they needed to know. So very well developed for first year and second year students, well developed attention to commenting on their own learning, and it makes a difference for their learning. And then finally, the third example that I'd like to use comes, and let me back up to the phage course. For the fall, in their design, they're maintaining their learning cycle approach, but modality-wise, it will be a hybrid, and they're flipping the content of the course so that in the first part of the semester, when there may be some more opportunity for face-to-face, they're taking up the bioinformatics approach because there's also a lot that can be done with that online. And so they will be adjusting the way they sequence the content to try to meet this learning cycle approach. And then, as I mentioned, the third example that I brought today comes from Julia McGuire. Dr. McGuire teaches Bio 101, basic biology. She's been helping us in speaking to faculty and also to students about how you take a course like this and meet the students where they are. Now, what Julia does here, I wanted to focus on because it is so strongly focused on how important it is to make the learning relevant and to motivate students and to take into account essentially their culture, the world around the students. So these are quotes from Dr. McGuire. We had several students this spring who had family. So we adapted a lab so that students could sample from their windows and apply the same concepts, even from a 16th floor apartment building. The topic is understanding biology with ecological sampling across scales. So again, more from Dr. McGuire. Here's what they do. They collect data wherever they are, along a line in their yard or a park and so forth. And they make counts and observations about what they see. And then they make this a more refined activity where they have a transect in their yard or some location, propose a question to study, find previous research, and so forth. So again, they're hitting many of the pieces of the HPL assumptions. Most importantly here, though, I wanted to illustrate how culturally embedded this is in the work that in the lives and places where these students are situated, presumably then increasing their motivation to understand it. So here's a little bit of work from this. Oops, timer, okay. A little bit of the results of this kind of work. You get the student type report, where their yard is, a little bit of description, what they predict they will see, which is that as the spring goes along, we'll just see more plants and animals beginning to make their appearances here. Again, very, very much embedded in where the student is and what ideas they might wish to pursue. So I'll just end by saying, again, the point of this presentation, I think, is to say we're thinking hard about instruction and its modalities, and we are thinking equally hard about student learning and putting those together. I think there's an important story here for us as a system, because it distinguishes us in many ways. I'm not seeing, as I read the national activity, much of a focus on learning. Everybody is so frantically working toward getting the modalities right that I think we stand a chance of putting learning in the limelight here. This is a model that I like to use in talks prepared by David Cohen, Steve Raudenbush, and Deborah Ball years ago, called the instructional triangle, which tries to make the point, does make the point, I believe, that all of the things you see on here, plus all those arrows, are important in instruction for learning. In particular, you might imagine a version of this that goes teachers to content to students, right? The teachers start, they figure out what content they wish to teach, and they deliver that to students. We use the word deliver a lot in teaching. But actually, these are all interactions. The teachers work on the content, but the content itself will push the teachers to think about different ideas and different things, and so on and so forth. In these group settings that we're using, both in face-to-face instruction and online, students interact with students and shape each other's learning. And the environment sits around the whole thing, including pandemic environments, including environments that have to do with racial justice, and they shape the way the instruction happens. And so I just wanted to assure you that we're seeing a lot with this, and I just find it interesting myself, so I'm going to continue to try to elicit examples and see if we can make this more clear. With that, I'll pause, and we might have a minute or two for questions. Thank you.
Questions or comments for President Mundy? Hearing none. Joan, thank you very much for that. I think that's a very helpful illustration for us, or for me anyway, and I assume other board members appreciate it as well, to get some insight into what actually goes on as you know, in the teaching and learning process, and how it's constantly being improved, which is, of course, vital to the long-term success of the system and our students. So thank you for that very much. If there's nothing, any other.
Could I just call out for the colleagues who were mentioned in that presentation to wave? Several of them are out there. So I see Julia and Sally.
Please.
Probably there's somebody else too, Melissa.
Great.
Thank you for your work, and I hope I didn't butcher it too badly, but you can tell me afterward. Thank you.
Chair?
Yes.
Just one quick question. How do we share these learnings and as we're developing all these different modalities across different programs and different degrees, and then, for example, are the folks that you just shared what they're doing, are they sharing their learnings with their colleagues on campus and at other places? Is there, I'm sure there's some kind of a network of communication going on, because it's very interesting.
There is. I'm going to actually put Sally on the spot a little bit, because the phage work is embedded in a Howard Hughes Medical Institute program that's internationally known, I guess. Sally, just a word to say perhaps in response to Trustee Gardner.
We have some CPhage programs at Southern Maine Community College, at Farmington, and at Matthias. And so we're in contact with all those folks.
Yep.
Jean Doty and Tim Breton at Farmington. And so we're constantly collaborating and kind of especially trying to talk our way through taking new approaches for this, for the teaching of the research course in the pandemic conditions. So
yeah, it's very good. It's good.
Thank you. Anything further? Hearing none, we will go on to tab 13, which is UMS Safe Return Planning. And I think that the ball will initially go to Robert.
Sorry, Chair Irwin, we switched the order a bit. We're going to start with Chip, and then Melissa, Joan, Melissa, and then myself.
Okay. Chip.
Good afternoon, Trustee Irwin. Thank you, and thank you, members of the board. First, I want to acknowledge that our thoughts today under this topic are with those who are impacted by the pandemic, those who have lost folks, and those who have lost work, and all those who are directly or indirectly impacted as the pandemic continues. Maine, fortunately, is something of an outlier currently in the United States. We are experiencing relatively low amounts of the disease, and we have the lowest transmission rate in the nation. Our healthcare system here in Maine has a strong capacity right now relative to the amount of disease that we have. And together, Mainers and the University of Maine system community have made sure that the healthcare system was not overwhelmed so far. While Maine is among the strong performing states on a variety of pandemic measures, that is in no way intended to declare a victory or suggest that we should relax. And our relatively strong position should not diminish the reality of the impacts and the challenges still all around us and ahead of us. We're still very much in the midst of this, I think is the message there. Hundreds of people are spending thousands of hours getting ready for fall and working to make that as safe as we can, as Chancellor Malloy has challenged us and charged us to do. And we thank him for that challenge and charge. Truly thousands of folks, including the outstanding faculty across the system, are working on this. My job before you today is to set the table for the others to follow, and I have 3 key points. One, that the practical effort now in progress is in large part aimed at keeping people safe by preventing the disease from getting an invisible foothold at any of our campuses. And 2, by minimizing the opportunity of the disease to spread if it does arrive, and 3, to be ready if it does arrive. Some examples, there'll be many physical changes on campus to promote distancing. Physical spaces will accommodate less than the capacity that folks are accustomed to. Face coverings will be required and will be common. Group sizes will be limited. Large group gatherings will not be permitted. The practices of test, trace, and isolate will be standard at all of our universities, including in collaboration with our partners, as you've heard today at Convenient MD and the Jackson Labs, and have heard previously about that. All those arriving from outside of Maine and all residential students, regardless of where they are from, as well as other special cohorts of concern, will be required to test for fall. The first testing is scheduled actually to occur this week for an early arriving group of students. The bulk of testing, as you might imagine, will occur during the second half of August, leading up to the start of the fall semester. And again, if the virus does arrive, we want to be ready. So while we're working to remain as disease-free as possible, cases are possible, if not likely. Each university is preparing to isolate individuals who may be sick or who are sick, as well as the close contacts of those folks and others of concern. The university's plans and actions also are very consistent with the newly announced civil guidance for K-12 schools in Maine, and we'll continue to monitor those developments carefully. My thanks to everyone who's been working so hard, staff, faculty, and others all alike. And much of our understanding and of this practical safety effort that I've described just now is being informed by the insights of the Science Advisory Board. With thanks to Chancellor Malloy for establishing that body and to the members for serving, I would turn the remarks over to the chair of that body, University of Maine and University of Maine Machias President Joan Farini Monday to provide further updates for you.
Thank you, Chip, and I'll be very brief. I know that Dr. McGinnis is going to be sharing slides, but I just want to say that this, the establishment of this group through the Chancellor, through the system, has been a wonderful opportunity for us all to learn quite a lot. Our charge to them was a bit vague and pretty simple. It was to be sure that science guides our decisions as we move through this very uncertain and even unpredictable time. And this group is a set of outstanding scientists who are taking on the job of, in addition to everything else that they do. You just heard about Melissa teaching. She also happens to be the associate director of Cougar, the group that you heard Ali Abedi described. But in any case, all of them very accomplished faculty. They are taking it on themselves to watch the latest literature, much of which is circulating outside of the popular press and hasn't made it there yet. So they're talking to their science colleagues around the country and around the world. They're watching things. Melissa tolerates these little emails that I send her when I find something that NPR wrote or that's in the Wall Street Journal, and I say, hey, here's some science. And she just politely says, yes, thank you, Joan. But they're on top of this and they're watching it carefully. It's Melissa McGinnis, who is the lead for the group. Her expertise is virology. Rob Wheeler, expertise immunology. These are both faculty at UMaine. Christy Townsend, also at UMaine in the biological sciences. Sarah Houston at the University of Southern Maine, who works with us and on this project and is also an epidemiologist. And then Caitlin Howell, who is in engineering, biomedical engineering. And Melissa, if you get time, you should tell them about the new project that you and Caitlin have. But all of these folks are active grant getters, first-rate scientists, and translating constantly for us as we try to make decisions. So Melissa, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, President Freeney-Mundy, for that wonderful introduction. I'm going to now share my screen and hopefully you'll all be able to see it.
We can see it.
You can see it. Thank you very much. Okay, so good afternoon, Chair Irwin and members of the board. Thank you very much for being here and thank you for the invitation to join you today. It has been such an honor to lead the Scientific Advisory Board, which has included faculty members from the University of Maine and the University of Southern Maine, like President Freeney-Mundy just introduced, with expertise in virology, immunology, biomedical sciences, epidemiology, and biomedical engineering. And when this group was formed by Chancellor Malloy and President Freeney-Mundy, we were charged with focusing on the latest publications and developments on COVID-19 research. We have focused on the transmission and mitigation practices, the public health response to COVID-19. Central to this response is testing, and we have been following the fact that robust testing is essential. And once individuals are tested, then they needed to also be isolated and their close contacts have to be quarantined. We are following all of these developments in addition to the developments with vaccines and treatments for COVID-19. So the current guidance on COVID-19 management now is to test, trace, and isolate. The idea behind test, trace, and isolate is to first identify individuals who are COVID-19 positive, and then those individuals who are positive, we have to do contact tracing on all of their close contacts. Their close contacts would be quarantined for 14 days, and individuals who are COVID-19 positive would become isolated. This is essential, and it has been based on the successful practices of flattening the curve around the globe. This 14-day quarantine period is important based on the biology of the virus because the virus has a 14-day incubation period. So during that time, individuals that are infected but may not be symptomatic, they're feeling healthy, and they can spread the virus to others. That's why those individuals must be quarantined during this time period. So testing for the virus is an essential part of the arsenal to prevent spread of COVID-19. This is especially important on a college campus where individuals in the 18 to 22 age range may only have mild symptoms. So when someone becomes infected with SARS-CoV-2, there is an incubation period that can last for up to 14 days. During this time, people are pre-symptomatic, but individuals who become symptomatic may only have mild symptoms. That's why it's essential that we test for the virus among asymptomatic individuals to prevent the spread of COVID-19. We have developed a testing partnership with Convenient MD, who will be administering the collection and reporting of the samples. And in fact, our nursing students will be trained and employed in this process. Samples will then be sent to the Jackson Laboratory to perform the diagnostic testing for SARS-CoV-2, and this is the gold standard in diagnostic testing. This will allow us to test residential students as well as out-of-state students and other cohorts as they return to campus, and then we will perform surveillance testing throughout the semester, and this will help us to reduce the spread of the virus across our campuses and prevent a viral outbreak. It's now my pleasure to turn this over to Dr. Robert Placido, the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs and co-chair of the Fall 2020 Safe Planning Committee.
Thank you, Melissa. And now I feel even more guilty because I also send her all the news articles to get her opinion. So I will stop doing that and let Joan take that up. So thank you. You heard from the Chancellor this morning, Chip, just Melissa a second ago about our COVID response. And I hope you recognize the extreme effort that is underway. Chip in particular has been working tirelessly to lead us toward returning to fall as safely as possible. Chip is an exceptional team player, and so he hates when he receives all the credit. So rest assured, I will include everyone else. In particular, Melissa and her team of faculty have been absolutely amazing. I enjoy my time having discussions with them and debating the science and the what ifs, and I will miss that when it's over, and hopefully soon. The other teams involved include all facets of our university operations, residence halls, student life, incident commanders, scientists, and international coordinators, cross-functional safe return planning committee, facilities, legal affairs, CBOs, procurement, risk management, human resources, academic affairs, enrollment managers, and more. The faculty and staff that make up these teams are keeping up with our already complex and difficult workload. Doing all of this with the limited staff available this summer, coordinating all that goes into planning for staff working from home. That in and of itself was an amazing accomplishment that we did virtually overnight. They have been innovating past practices for safe return. And on top of all of this, they have personal worries they're bearing. So as you know, returning in the fall is dependent on so many things for our University Main System families. In addition to work, they worry about things like how they'll be able to continue to work or go back to school if their kids are online, or how they can return if they care for an elderly parent. So there are hundreds of competing priorities for everyone involved that are being weighed in the context of safety and managing our way forward. So all of this work, thought, debate is intense, and our goal to safely return can only be achieved if we do this together. So listening in the past few weeks, in particular, listening to faculty and staff concerns, I understand that doubt and fear can begin to build. Highlighting why we should return is a critical element to comforting and inspiring people to support each other through this crisis. So for a few moments today, I'll reiterate why returning is the right plan. Our public mission is a tapestry of relationships, and COVID-19 will impact them all, including our finances, workforce in the state, research, student success, communities, and local businesses. Having spent a great deal of time discussing the potential impact COVID has had or will have on our finances in recent board budget meetings, I won't belabor that returning to the fall is an imperative to our financial future. The financial impact of COVID-19 will leave a worldwide deficit that will take years to recover from. To be clear, it is true that returning in the fall with face-to-face courses will reduce the amount of our financial loss, but finances are hardly the only reason to return. Consider our senior nursing students. If we do not return to face-to-face courses in the fall, then approximately 300 nurses would potentially not be able to graduate and thus not be able to enter our healthcare system that is already in dire need of nurses. This is true for degrees such as phlebotomy, dental hygienists, and even more programs that require external licensing and testing. So delaying these students' graduations puts them, their families, and the workforce in further crisis. Since nursing has a limited number of clinical spots each year, delaying this year's seniors to participate in those clinicals will force us to put them into next year, what then will subsequently delay the students who are juniors this year and would have been seniors next year. So you can see the compounding effect. This is just one element of impact. Our faculty have multi-year studies that could improve the quality of life for all humanity. This is no trivial matter, and you heard from Dr. Abidi today some of those amazing examples. And rightly so, some of the research will be impacted whether we return or not. It's simply not safe to complete some work that is in process, but we should do everything we can to continue what is possible. These researchers usually have external funding sources that could be jeopardized. They employ grad students that need wages to complete their education. We also have live animals, cultures, phages, viruses, and chemicals that need to be safely monitored, and many more complicated issues I won't go into, but the point is research requires us to return in some form. First-year students are particularly at risk if we do not return to face-to-face classes. Their first year is known as their formative year. During the first year, these students begin to learn to integrate into society. They form bonds, and they begin to be engaged with their universities. The connections they make during their first year is, in my opinion, the most important factor of student success. The impact of first year affects first generation students even more so. And let's not forget that many of our students have no other place to live if our dorms close, particularly students that mature out of foster care. Our communities are linked to the health of our universities also. Our amazing faculty and staff have been attracted to an opportunity offered by a campus, but now they are members of the community, serving on city committees, volunteering, and having kids that go and participate in our local schools. The local businesses are even more dependent on us having vibrant campuses come this fall. Businesses that we have personal relationships with and that could be gone in this year if they miss an entire year of sales. So during my almost 2 months of personal self-isolation in Texas, I became very grateful for the people who deliver my mail, work in hospitals, work at the grocery store, and even at Lowe's. It was over 210 degrees for about a week in Texas. My AC went out. So I can't imagine what it would have been like if Lowe's wasn't open. I'm sure that many of these workers wondered if they should return to work, but they do so because they know we depend on them for our very lives. Our universities perform critical social service that directly impact the quality of life of everyone in Maine, as much or even more so than the services I just mentioned. 1.3 million people in Maine are counting on us to make this work. Returning is the right decision for our economy, students, faculty, staff, and communities. More than any other time in our lives, this is the moment where we have to stand together, albeit 6 feet apart, with face coverings. And that is my presentation, sir.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you all for your contributions to that report. It's very helpful to us to get a full perspective on what has gone into the decisions that you've had to make. And thank you for your courage in making those decisions and allowing us to move forward in the way that we have. It's all vital, as you've said and many have said, it's vital to the students, it's vital to the people that ripple out from the students and the faculty and everybody. So your point about this being a financial issue is, of course, highly relevant. But as you've said, finances are not the only driver. They can't be the only driver for an institution like a public university system. But they can't be something that we ignore either. And so I think that the system has done a terrific job of balancing all of these, sometimes competing, sometimes parallel, sometimes cross-current kinds of forces, and arrived at a very reasonable plan that's in the best interest of the students and the state. So I certainly am gratified with what you've all done. So we now have 2 more fairly brief presentations. Unless there are any questions or comments, I certainly don't want to foreclose that from any board member.
Chair,
Riley?
Can I ask I'm very impressed. I spend my life with state governments, and we have seen clearly what happens when opening isn't carefully planned. And we know that that's a risk here. So I've been very, very impressed by this thoughtful work. The question I have is, what do we do about students themselves and their responsibilities? I live in a community with a college that has made a different set of decisions. And while only some students will be back on campus, we see many students coming back to live in apartment buildings. They'll be online, but they'll be here. They're partying, they're all over the community, they're coming from everywhere. I think our system has clearly thought about a different strategy, but students are students. Part of that student activity is their socialization. How do we deal with fraternities, social life, the normal activities of college students in an environment like this? You've done a wonderful job with all the organizations, but what do we do about their own behaviors, holding them responsible, which I'm sure they'll be, but there's still lots of opportunities for spread that we can't do anything about except by behavior of those individual students.
So let me take a crack at that. Obviously, we will be asking students to enter a pledge. There'll be a different pledge, as you might imagine, for each of the universities, and those are being drafted up and will be shared. A lot of our work is around the fact that New England is doing a heck of a lot better now in handling this challenge than much of the rest of the country. And we want to build on that success. And we have a collection of governors and state governments in the area that really have stepped up and helped beat back not only the curve, but really, and not just flattened it, but tiny numbers of new infections so far. So a lot of our thoughts are around that particular issue. That's why testing all residential students, all out-of-state students is going to be very important. Now, that doesn't mean that there will not be any infections in the state. Even the 8 to 20 number that we've seen kind of consistently in Maine has existed in very tight controlled situation. But it is our belief that our best chance of success is to have people tested as they're entering Maine. We ask them to remain in Maine. It's one of the reasons that we will send people home on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving at the latest, so that we don't invite those folks back in a period of time in which they may have become exposed, that 2 to 14 day period when they would come back to Maine in furtherance of their studies. It's a balancing act. And I'm not sure that if we were in Tennessee or Texas or Georgia, we would be having the same discussion that we are allowing ourselves to have in this state. It doesn't mean that it's without risk. On the other hand, we knew from national statistics and surveys that to not offer a freshman experience, and this is reflected at Bowdoin, by the way, to not offer that experience could lead to 20 to 40% summer melt, if you will. And I think Robert talked about other specific challenges around not opening for some amount of classroom experience. We're trying to fully disclose to our students that this is a different experience than they would have had. This is experience that may have some in classroom, may have some laboratory, undoubtedly less than they would have experienced in a pre-COVID-19 situation, but a lot of online learning and a lot of social distancing, including potentially classes being broken up. So one half may come on Tuesday and the other half may come on Thursday, and you would watch either live or on a call-up basis what had happened in the session the day that you weren't there in person. So honestly, Trustee, it is our best laid plan, but I don't know what the virus is going to do. But we are asking students to enter into a pledge, and they will be reminded on a regular basis. If you're on the campus where I am right now, there's these big bear prints everywhere telling me to stay 6 feet away from somebody. And other than when I'm talking, to wear my mask. So I'll put it back on.
Well, I think the pledge is a good idea. Thank you.
Chair Irwin?
Yes, Trustee Martin.
I have to say I'm super impressed with the amazing efforts that have gone to making sure we're putting the health and safety of our students, faculty and staff, and the citizens of our state. I'm just very proud to be associated with this group. It's amazing, amazing work. Help me understand, if I was a student going onto campus, help me understand the process of me getting tested initially. The turnaround time of that test. And then my moving into a dorm room is, you know, what's the lag between the test and the result? So if I show up on campus, let's say move-in day is Friday for me as a freshman, am I delayed in an area until that test result comes back? Or I'm having a hard time understanding when you have, you know, maybe thousands of students moving in, how that's handled.
So, so there's some answers to that question. Number one, we're hoping for a turnaround on tests of anywhere from 24 hours to 3 days. So we're not talking about situations that exist in much of the country where people are waiting 8 days for a return test result. Quarantining, so if you came to campus without a test having been performed in the 72 hours before you arrived, and there may be some discussion with state government, maybe that window should be a little bit larger given the scale of the migration in and out of the state. But let's assume it stays to 72 hours. We're gonna ask students and faculty and staff for that matter, or anyone coming from out of state, to have their test well before they show up to move into their dormitory room. But if they show up to move in their dormitory room and they haven't had the test, they will have a test, and they'll be told they have to isolate in that space. And if they're sharing a room with someone, presumably they will either have to address a separate isolation or a group isolation under those circumstances. And those are details to be worked out, and there'll be some difference from campus to campus, depending on the existence of additional and excess rooms that otherwise might not be called upon, as you might imagine. That will also require that we step up service to deliver sustenance in some way or another to that isolated student. Again, all of our small campuses have been asked to set aside 80 rooms for quarantine purposes, above and beyond the rooms that would be filled either with 1 or 2 students. We've done away with triples. We've done away, I think, with quads, except in a true apartment type existence. I'm trying to remember other questions that you asked, but we will put a big push on asking our out-of-state students and students coming to housing to have their test before they arrive.
Okay.
But I will also tell you that there will be a decent number of people who arrive not having that test, and under those circumstances, they will have to understand what the requirements are, and they'll be enforced.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Lisa.
Thank you. Thank you. Robert, I was glad to hear you say that you're going to have the clinicals for nursing students, and that nursing students you're prioritizing getting them, having them graduate. But I was wondering about other internships, externships for the law school and for the universities. Are those going to be permitted?
So all those, go ahead, Dean Laughley.
Just speaking on behalf of the law school, I can't tell you how pleased I am. All of the internships and externships that have been planned through the summer and into the fall are going forward. Many of them are primarily distanced, but lawyers, judges, businesses have all stepped right up to make sure that the students are having very engaging experiences in their experiential learning. And in fact, they're all getting better at this distance world. So far with creativity, most of the internships and externships at the law school are going forward exactly as planned, but that's just the law school. So I defer to the president.
And I would just add that it depends. It depends on the employer offering the internship, and it depends on our evaluation of whether that employer can provide a safe experience.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Betsy.
Betsy. Oh, there you are.
Hi. My concern is that I'm so proud of the way we're doing well in Maine, but it's our season. We're all outside. It's socially distanced. We can, eat outside and socially distance outside, and we're very good at wearing our masks. And that was true in March and April in the South. And now it's too hot down there, and they've all gone inside. And so that I worry about air conditioning and ventilation. And when I think about our structures, this may be a question for Chip. Have we looked at all our ventilation to really understand, are there, for example, classrooms where we have made a decision not to hold classes because that particular ventilation isn't sufficient?
Chip, you want to take a stab at that?
Certainly. So there's a number of things. Well, let me first say, Trustee Tim, we think about that indoor space as well. Much of our activity in Maine, particularly as the seasons change, are inside. And so we think a lot about that. Ventilation is one of the issues that we think about. It's not the only issue. So just for clarity, we will be requiring physical distancing inside, which is why the capacity of so many of our physical spaces will be less than is typical. We will be requiring face coverings. In many cases, there'll be additional plastic type barriers, plexiglass type barriers. So ventilation is one among many things that we can do. We do have challenges with the age and condition of our infrastructure, as all of the trustees know at this stage. So that is an area that we have asked all of our operations leaders to make every effort to put us in the best possible position with regard to ventilation. They are all doing that. They've all been out there for about 6 weeks now, making sure that the ventilation systems that we have are working, including in many cases in elevators, making sure the ventilation systems in elevators are working to the extent that people will be using elevators. We'll certainly be encouraging people to use stairs rather than elevators, but working to make sure that all of our ventilation systems are in fact working to the best of their capacity. But in Maine, a standard like 100% fresh air is certainly a challenge to maintain temperature and humidity and those sorts of things. Other interesting things that operations directors and campuses are doing, revisiting window opening policies, which would be in one direction if you have energy efficiency as your top priority. At the current period of time, maintaining fresh air is a higher priority. So revisiting policies and procedures that might otherwise keep windows closed to allow windows to be open and those sorts of things. So all the operations leaders are looking at all of their facilities, making sure those systems are working and doing what they can do in each of the buildings that has a ventilation system to make that ventilation system as useful as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, Betsy, let me take another stab at answering that as well, if that's all right. And that is that Maine never saw the exponential growth in that other states saw as nearby as Massachusetts and New York in the very time frame that you're speaking about. Now, I think part of that was that universities and colleges made a decision to close up and stop inviting students to go back and forth. And that's why we're part of the pledge to our students is to remain in the state. I think our hope is that we get to someplace like October 15th or even October 6th, and we've reintroduced students. We're operating in a state that continues to have a low infection rate. It's not the herd settlement. It's the lack of widespread expansion of the virus that then becomes a protection because we've tested, because we do a degree of ongoing testing. On the other hand, listen, I think if I was Florida or Texas or Georgia, I don't think I'd be talking about a plan the likes of which we have. It is very much built in large part, and this is true of the deliberations of the Science Advisory Board, is on the situation that we're finding ourselves in. Now, do we have students come from those parts of the country? Yes, that's why they'll have to have a test or appear with a test to attend our institutions. What we try to do is build the best. What we try to do is build an approach that meets the needs of the greatest number of our students, giving us the greatest amount of a chance for success and safety. On the other hand, there's no perfect in the situation. If we don't open, some number of our students are going to get COVID wherever they are. If we don't open, some number of other people will get ill because of that. What we're trying to do is find the right balance and be driven and make decisions based on the science as we understand it. Even with, at the beginning of this thing, people thought masks were ridiculous. It was, some people still think it's anti-American. But the reality is we're going to require masks to be worn in classrooms, and the plexiglass that's being spoken of. Some professors would like to have a plexiglass separation between themselves and the audience that they're addressing. The other thing, and Chip, we should say this, that the larger classes that we generally have had are the ones that are going online to the greater extent. So in a university system where we have a tremendous number of classes, percentage of classes that are 12 or fewer students, handling that size and that ability to separate from one another is an easier thing for us to do than it might be someplace else.
No, I just want to be clear. I applaud the decisions that are going forward and everything that's being done. I just thought with all our deferred maintenance, I was curious if there were actually classrooms that we might choose that we didn't think we could use.
I think we might tell Chip to go out and buy a couple of hundred fans and put them in rooms and tell students that they can count on 55 degrees in the classroom, not 75 degrees. But we're crossing that. I mean, another thing we're doing is disassembling in bathrooms blowers for that matter. There's a lot of work to be done right now. Yeah, the guy Mark is very happy because of his paper background. Thanks, Mark. It's the most he smiled all day. There's a lot of work to do, and people are pouring themselves into. Glenn has finally opened up his building and is addressing air conditioning, as I understand it. At least I hope by the time I sit in my office down there next time. So there's a lot of work going on.
I never thought that I didn't think about that I shouldn't use the blower. Thank you.
Chair, I have a question, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mark.
This is maybe more of a science-based question. Because I don't know the answer to this, but I've been wondering about it. And again, I do applaud everything you're doing, and I fully support getting back to this modified or whatever way we can do in person. Almost every year we do have an influenza outbreak in Maine. It's probably going to happen this year too. How good is a test to be able to separate between the common flu outbreak, influenza, and the COVID-19, and how are you going to handle that?
Melissa, do you have something on that?
Sure. So we're actually looking for the specific genetic sequence for either influenza or for SARS-CoV-2. So we can, with very high confidence, distinguish between flu and COVID-19. And so the testing is really important because based on the symptoms, the two may look very similar. And that's why the genetic testing would be very important. We are also asking all of our students as part of the pledge to get a flu vaccine so that would hopefully reduce the influenza cases on campus as well. So that it would reduce some burden on the healthcare.
We're also making an app available that each student, faculty member and staff member will be asked to answer questions themselves about how they're feeling that morning before they come to campus. Whether they have a fever, whether they have a dry cough, whether they have any of the other symptoms. Now, again, we're trying to make it easier for people to live with the rules and regulations that we're putting in place.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize, because I've heard a lot of different things that I think probably are, it's hard to know what truth lies, and that the COVID test in some cases does not detect fine enough to know whether or not it's influenza or COVID-19, but it sounds like you're going to do a genetic test
There's a difference between the two. Melissa, we're actually late this year in deciding what influenzas is the most active, right? Aren't we behind schedule worldwide?
Well, we're a little behind schedule, but I think that we'll be able to make those determinations when the time is right. I think what you're asking, Trustee Gardner, is what type of test we'll be doing. So we will be doing the genetic testing for SARS-CoV-2 for COVID-19. There are other tests, there are antibody tests, there are antigen tests, and there are differences between those tests. For a rapid test response for either COVID-19 or flu, there are different types of antigen tests as well, but there are certain types of antigen tests that just look for the proteins that are expressed within those particular viruses. And with that, we can also have a high degree of certainty.
That's good. Thank you. That's very good.
Of course.
Any other questions?
Melissa, when I asked the question about a little late in the flu, it's not that we're late. It's the international authorities are a little bit behind the normal schedule. I didn't mean to be suggesting you were late.
Thank you.
Could I just comment briefly, if that's okay, Chair Irwin?
Sure.
Just quickly to say, and it kind of, there's a thread through all of these questions about how we'll manage. We have people on all of our campuses very experienced with public health campaigns, which is what this is, but this is of a different magnitude and different type than we've had in the past. So we'll use all that knowledge. But for example, here at UMaine and at Machias, our faculty and staff have expressed great interest in getting involved in this educative effort for our students. So it's about signing this pledge, but it's about having Melissa and team prepare a slide deck that faculty can make available in their courses, having parts of the syllabus that are about what's expected of students, face covering wearing and social distancing and checking your symptoms and so on. So I think a piece of what I'm seeing here is a very community-wide commitment to helping everyone understand what the expectations are. And it'll be very interesting to see how that goes.
Let me, if I can just say one final thing, and then I'll stop elongating this meeting. There is a desire to treat each of our university. We're all in this together, and we've done lots of things together. But we have two universities that are in the far north in a part of the state that had very little introduction of COVID-19. And so we are also prepared to differentiate depending on circumstances that are playing out within the general population base of a community in which one of our universities is based. I've also said that although there's been a lot of coordination of information around athletics, our universities are making different decisions based on where they are and their league and travel that might otherwise be required. So we're in this together. We're talking about it on a regular basis. We're making decisions in a unified basis, but we're also prepared to understand that there'll be different outcomes at different places potentially.
Other questions or comments? If not, thank you very much. Obviously a critical topic and very, very well explained. So we have two more items, each relatively short. Let's go to tab 14, which is a Rue Institute update, President Freeney Mundy and President Cummings.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm trying to bring my slides up. Not happening instantly. I think I'll just talk through this fairly briefly, and Glenn will chime in as well. He has some developments to add. So the Rue Institute at Northeastern University is here in Maine. They are actively engaging in a variety of partnership arrangements, and we have been a part of that here at the University of Maine. We've completed 2 agreements. One is a 4+1 agreement in the area of computer science and bioinformatics. And I have Cody Vararamian here to help both with this and with the research agreement that we have. But basically the idea is that students would have the opportunity to be here at UMaine as undergraduates taking courses in computer science and bioinformatics, both at the undergraduate and possibly graduate level, and have an early acceptance into one of the master's degrees at the Roux Institute. So the possibility then of recruiting more students who might have this kind of an interest is very much enhanced. We've had a lot of interaction with the Northeastern colleagues here at UMaine. They have visited us once to get a look at our research areas and interests, and we have, several of us visited their Burlington site, along with a number of Zoom meetings engaging with deans and with people in the central administration and others. So we're trying to build a broad relationship with them that's mutually beneficial, where some of our faculty may wind up in partnerships, research proposals and so forth, together with Northeastern faculty that can be of benefit to areas of interest in Maine, that can engage our students, but that also can move forward the research that both institutions care about. We have an agreement that has been signed as well to do a joint research activity signed in early May. It's about collaborations between the two universities. And so what will happen there is, in fact, there's been a call out to faculty with a due date, I believe, of this week. Yes, Cody, coming up soon. A due date for proposals that would be joint proposals with Northeastern faculty and UMaine faculty to begin some initiatives in areas such as artificial intelligence, earth and climate sciences, health and life sciences, manufacturing and marine sciences. These are areas where UMaine is especially strong, where Northeastern has some interest, I believe, in growing. So we'll be reviewing those proposals in the coming weeks and making some announcements and some awards. That may then lead to either more joint academic programming or joint research work, or even faculty visits back and forth. So we're looking to be a good partner to the Roux Institute, and at the same time to be sure that we're advancing our own agendas here at the University of Maine. And Glenn can chime in with what's going on with USM.
Thank you, Joan. And building on Joan's work, we have really three areas that we are working with. In the last 72 hours, we have made an initial agreement, an initial MOU with the Roux Institute. The purpose of that is to solidify a long-term commitment on three levels. The first is, as Joan has talked about, and I won't go into detail, but similar to USM's, we'll have a series of academic pathways that allow our students to flow into the Roux Institute program. Secondly, they're interested in our research. More obviously, our angle is more less sort of bench research and more interested in our health policy and social policy that could be helpful in some of the work that they want to do, as well as our masters in computer science. And third, that they are interested in what I call back-end services. So they are interested in residential housing as a possibility, and use of our laboratories, use of our mental health counseling, use of our athletics, et cetera. So the partnership appears to be strong, at least in its initial inception. It's relatively it's growing in strength. We probably have had about a dozen meetings with them over the last 3 or 4 months. And so far it has been, I think, a promising beginning, and we look forward to developing it further. The only thing I would add at the end is Joan and I have talked about a pre-Roux degree that would be allowed under unified accreditation, that we could exchange courses in order for students to be prepared for a master's degree in the Roux Institute. So all those things together, I think, add value, but as we've discussed before, we want to make sure that it's mutually beneficial, and we will continue to keep an eye on that.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we have one final item, which is a University of Maine Graduate Professional Center update. Same presenters and Dean Softley as well, I believe.
I'm hoping that the slideshow is coming up.
Yep.
Is it there?
Yes.
Yes.
Are you seeing it? That's great. All right, let me, I will talk really fast, and I appreciate all of your patience. Let me just say that the collaboration that is the Graduate and Professional Center is really beginning to show great promise. It demonstrates really the harmony of vision across the university system with an ability to honor the distinctions among the specialties. And I think that's where we are going to shine with the Graduate Center. So you will see that as of the beginning of the Graduate Center discussion, it was all about a collaboration among the University of Maine, University of Southern Maine, Muskie Center, and the Maine Law School. But the reality is that the ability of all of those entities to work together is now allowing us to reach out through into the state in many other areas. So as we look at, I keep going back to the language of the documents. The purpose of the Graduate Center is to provide the resources and coordination that will allow the university system to work in a responsive, coordinated fashion that's supportive of all Maine families, businesses, and communities. And that is what is really beginning to happen. If we had time, you would hear, I think, a little bit more from President Farini-Mundy about the great success in the Graduate School of Business and all of the new work that's being done with the MBA. But the transition to the statewide MBA program is almost complete. The final students are transitioning into that statewide system. The websites are all updated. Enrollment in the MBA has increased dramatically. And that enrollment has allowed all of us to start thinking about serious collaboration among the original 3 entities. We're working on an update of the governance structure. The collaboration of the MBA with Maine Law and Muskie is now well underway. This summer was a great example of how we were able to step up some really wonderful benefits for the business community and for government. So there was an entire course taught cross-disciplinary on COVID. Right now, students and professors are all working together to create a handbook that will be available to the businesses and to the government entities, including municipalities, on how to deal with COVID-related questions. Maine Center initiatives have really just burst onto the screen in a variety of different ways. We are actually working on the potential for a combined business and law clinic for our students to start working with businesses in startup and incubator fashion to deal with some of the turnaround issues that will happen as businesses, we hope, resurge as the pandemic recedes. There are a number of online workshops. There's a podcast series. There are really an explosion of ideas happening throughout this summer period. You've heard a little bit about the Muskie School of Public Service and the new offerings there. And enrollment is up substantially as we all start to work together. And again, we have student interns working in a variety of areas that have, I think, really helped the students. And at the same time, we are getting out there into the business community. You may already have seen this, but the MBA program has had just an amazing increase in its enrollment. And as we work on all of the collaborations, that allows us to reinvigorate the JD MBA, the JD MPH, all of the certificates in privacy and compliance can be handled through the Graduate Center's work. We're actually looking at a master's in legal studies. And as you see, there are a number of different areas where the collaborations are occurring together. And we'd be happy to talk to you about these at great length, although I think you would like to have a life at this point. And so I will just wrap up that many of you know that the fundraising issue around the Graduate Center had been a bit of a stumbling block. And I'm happy to say that all the foundations are working together now with the UMaine Foundation taking the lead. And we're anticipating great success as we move forward. And that is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Dean Softly. Any questions or comments from board members or presidents or chancellors?
No.
Good job. Right, hearing none. Just a quick expression of gratitude for the way our leaders have pulled this graduate center effort together into what's now emerging as a clearly coordinated and effective opportunity for Maine students and to help the Maine business community for many years to come. It's really great to see it start to emerge, and it's got so much upside that we haven't yet tapped into. So very much appreciated. And with that, we are at the end of our agenda. I see Trustee Michaud's hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the Chancellor in his weekly update to the board, his comments about Congressman John Lewis. I agree, having served with John, I agree 100% to what you said, Chancellor. He's definitely going to be missed, not only in Georgia, but in the country. It'll be a tremendous loss of Congressman Lewis. I want to personally thank you for recognizing that and appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Just one of the most decent people I ever met, and most of the time quietly inspirational.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. He had this peaceful demeanor about himself, but he was a true advocate for individuals. He really was speaking truth to power. So I appreciate that very much. So thank you.
Thank you both for those comments and recognition. I see no other hands, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn. You call the roll. Okay.
We don't need it.
Okay, well, we're going to do a motion in a second, and then we'll call it good. Okay, could I have a second?
Second.
Second. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you all very much. Excellent meeting. A lot of ground covered. We will reconvene in an executive committee in August and see you all in September.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.